Educational Conclave 2023 held at Lisieux Education High Secondary School was really an eye-opener for all our educators.
I'm just very honored to be a part of this seminar. But it was amazing. It was well organized and very much informative.
It was a wonderful session. நாங்கள் அவ்வளோ என்ஜாய் பண்ணோம். Being the moderator, I got enlightened.
And it was indeed a fascinating experience for all of us. It made us really enlightened and empowered. A very great exposure to the teachers, and it was well planned and well executed. It's a great honor to all the teachers around the country.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. Proverbs chapter 9 verse 10. A warm good morning to everyone. Welcome to a remarkable gathering, the Education Conclave, a platform of unparalleled knowledge and collaboration. Yesterday's learning, today's intellect, and tomorrow's progress. This conclave is dedicated to nurturing young and experienced minds, paving the way for bright beginnings and a future filled with excellence. Here, we envision the transformation of educators from being mere facilitators to becoming dynamic performers, achievers, and trailblazers in the field of education. It is a vibrant platform where ideas converge to inspire creativity, innovation, accountability, and collaboration. Together, we shape the future of education with precision, engagement, and shared wisdom. It fills me with immense pride to stand here as a part of Lisieux Education High Secondary School, a prestigious institution celebrating 52 glorious years of excellence in education. Adding another feather to its crown, Lisieux is organizing Educon 2024 for the second consecutive year. I extend heartfelt welcome to distinguished guests, chief guests, respected fathers, and my esteemed colleagues to the Education Conclave 2024. Let's embrace the 3 L's: learn, listen, and levitate as we embark on this journey towards a brighter and more innovative future in education. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. Thank you.
To begin this beautiful journey, we are blessed to witness a graceful invocation dance presented by Ms. Sudashni and a talented team.
தக்கதா தத்திம்மி தக்க தத்திம் மித்த கிட்ட தக்க தத்த திக்தி எதும் தும் நம் நம் தரிக்கிட்ட தக்கதா தத்திம்மி தக்க தத்திம்மி தக்கிட்ட தக்க தத்தரி தத்தன தஜொன்னு தத்திம்மி தக்கதரி
பிதாவின் புத்தனே பரிசுத்தாத்மனே உள்கோடிடம் பிறந்தவனே 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 பிதாவின் புத்திரனே பரிசுத்தாத்மனே உள்கோடிடம் பிறந்தவனே பிதாவின் புத்திரனே பரிசுத்தாத்மனே பிதாவின் புத்திரனே பரிசுத்தாத்மனே உள்கோடிடம் பிறந்தவனே பிதாவின் புத்திரனே பரிசுத்தாத்மனே உள்கோடிடம் பிறந்தவனே
தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தஜம் தாம் தத்தீம் தத்தாம் ததீம் ததோம் ததம் தக தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தஜம் தாம் தத்தீம் தத்தாம் ததீம் ததோம் ததம் தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தாம் தக தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தை தத்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தாம் தித்த குந்தரிகிட்ட தக தை தகுந்தரிகிட்ட தக தாம் தகுந்தரிகிட்ட தக தை தரிகிட்ட தக தாம் தரிகிட்ட தக தை தரிகிட்ட தாம் தரிகிட்ட தை கிடதாம் கிடதை தாம் தாம் ததீம் கிடது நதீம் கிடது நதீம் கிடது தக ததீம் கிடது தக ததீம் கிடது தக ததீம் கிடது தகதிகு ததீம் கிடது தகதிகு ததீம் கிடது தகதிகு ததீம் கிடது தா
பாதம் வணங்கிடும் பாவியோர்க்கு பதித பாவனனே பரமனே பாதம் வணங்கிடும் பாவியோர்க்கு பதித பாவனனே பரமனே பாதம் வணங்கிடும் பாவியோர்க்கு பதித பாவனனே பரமனே
has truly connected us with the divine and created an atmosphere of positivity and inspiration for the day ahead. Thank you. Now, we invite Reverend Father Correspondent to offer Ms. Sudashni with a shawl, certificate, and our principal to offer a sapling. Thank you, Father. Thank you all.
Education is being the charisma of the CMI congregation. Its members have been well trained and specialized in teaching at all levels. Education is being the charisma of the CMI congregation. Its members have been well trained and specialized in teaching at all levels of education from its very inception. The CMI congregation has the tradition and reputation of 1.5 century, 150 years, in the field of education.
In India, the CMI congregation is running 510 schools, 1 university, 2 medical colleges, 2 engineering colleges, 17 university colleges, 9 parallel and B colleges, 48 hospitals and dispensaries, 129 social services and rural development centers, 1 science research center, 16 printing houses and publications, 13 periodicals, 1 daily newspaper and numerous charitable institutions.
As a Christian Catholic school, Lisieux Matriculation Higher Secondary School strives to develop not only physical, intellectual, artistic and cultural aptitudes of children, but also their character from the earliest stages by inculcating sound moral principles which are meant to help them grow up as good children of God and worthy, responsible citizens.
Education is being the charisma of the CMI congregation. Its members have been well trained and specialized in teaching at all levels of education from its very inception. The CMI
National Conclave 2023 held at Lisieux Education High Secondary School was really an eye-opener for all our educators.
I'm just very honored to be a part of this seminar. But it was amazing. It was well organized and very much informative.
It was a wonderful session. நாங்க அவ்வளோ என்ஜாய் பண்ணோம். Being the moderator, I got enlightened.
And it was indeed a fascinating experience for all of us. It made us really enlightened and empowered. A very great exposure to the teachers, and it was well planned and well executed. It's a great honor to all the teachers around the country.
We request the dignitaries to take the honorable seats arranged on the dais. Reverend Father Dr. Shaju Varghese, a correspondent. Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Subramanyam. Ms. Nirupama Vyas. Reverend Father Dr. Philip Spontaken. Our special guests, Ms. Leti Hung, Ms. Rina Ozaki, Mr. Lucas Feisenmeyer, our guests of honor, Dr. Dheeraj Prem Kumar Samuel, Mr. Rakesh Menon, Reverend Father Dr. Advocate Joy Arakil, our principal, and Reverend Father Linjo Joseph, our bursar. We request the dignitaries to be seated.
The menorah reminds us that even a small light can dispel great darkness. As we stand on the brink of a remarkable journey, let's inaugurate the journey by lighting the menorah. We request a correspondent to light the first wick of the menorah. Followed by a chief guest, Dr. Subramanyam, Ms. Nirupama to light the next wick, Ms. Nirupama to light the next wick, Reverend Father Dr. Philip Spontaken and Reverend Father Dr. Advocate Joy Arakil to jointly light the fourth wick. Ms. Leti Hong and Ms. Rina Ozaki to jointly light the fifth wick. Mr. Rakesh and Reverend Father Linjo to join to light the last wick of the menorah.
बस जाओ मेरे मन मंदिर में तेरे दानों को अपने प्यार से बहने दो मेरे दिल में तू
Thank you all. Kindly be seated.
We have the privilege of hearing a heartfelt welcome address from our Reverend Father Dr. Joy Arikal, who extend a warm embrace of hospitality and outline the purpose of this conclave with such eloquence.
Yes. Good morning. So once again, a very pleasant good morning to all. It gives me immense joy to welcome you to Educon 2024, the Lisieux Educational Conclave. For 53 remarkable years, Lisieux has stood as a beacon of excellence in Coimbatore, inspiring thousands of students who have passed through this temple of wisdom. The name Lisieux has become synonymous with exceptional standards in academics and in discipline. Lisieux embodies the vision of Saint Kuriakos Elias Chavara, the founder of CMC congregation, religious congregation. Saint Chavara was a trailblazer in social reform in Kerala, and much of the state's high literacy rate, among the highest in India, can be attributed to his profound influence and legacy. The landscape of education has undergone tremendous changes, evolving from traditional Gurukula model to AI-assisted learning. This shift presents a unique challenge for educators who must continuously adapt to new trends and technologies. While students, as digital natives, embrace these changes with ease, teachers, being digital migrants, face a complex task of updating their methods to remain relevant. As technology reshapes education, learning itself is being redefined. Students today often turn to platforms like Google to explore topics beyond the confines of traditional curricula, which are not always updated regularly. This can create a gap where students equipped with the latest knowledge may challenge teachers who still rely on textbook-based instruction. Moreover, platforms such as Byju's and AI-powered tools have added pressure on educators, necessitating a reimagining of their roles and approaches. Adding to these challenges is the prohibition of punishment in classroom, which has fundamentally altered teacher-student dynamics. The transition from authority-driven to student-centered classrooms has been particularly difficult for educators trained in an era when discipline was often enforced with a cane. Today, educators must navigate a complex environment shaped by regulations such as the POCSO and other acts coming day by day. The need for educators to stay updated has never been more critical. Pedagogical practices must evolve to meet contemporary demands. To address this, Lisieux launched Educon last year, a platform for discussion, deliberation, and learning. I am proud to announce that we have successfully published a book featuring resource papers from Educon 2023. Now, it is now a privilege to welcome you all to Educon 2024. Reverend Father Shaju Varghese, our correspondent at Lisieux Group of Institutions, is a stalwart in the field of education. He holds a PhD in education and brings over 25 years of teaching experience. Dr. Shaju has served as principal at Christ School, Chennai and Bangalore, Mount Carmel International School, Erode, Infant Jesus Senior Secondary School in Faridabad, and director of Lisieux College of Education, and among other prestigious roles. He is the recipient of Rex Karmavir Purashkar and the Best District Teacher Award during his tenure in Bangalore. Reverend Dr. Shaju, you are the right person to guide us. It is my privilege to extend a warm welcome and enthusiastic welcome to you, Father. Dr. Subramanian Kaliyappa, a distinguished scientist from ISRO, has devoted his life to advancing India's celestial technology and exploration. His illustrious career is marked by transformative contributions to ISRO's landmark missions. Sir, your commitment to nation building is an inspiration to us all. It is an honor to welcome you as a keynote speaker for Educon 2024. Ms. Nirupama is a multifaceted personality, 3-time LinkedIn top voice in entrepreneurship, a TEDx speaker, a former member of India Security Services, and a counselor dedicated to empowering women professionals. Ma'am, it is my privilege to welcome you to deliver inaugural address for Educon 2024. I ask apology before entering to pronounce Vietnamese nationals and Japanese names. I may go wrong. So, advance apology for that. Ms. Lê Thị Hung, Principal of Times School Education System, Hanoi, Vietnam, is with us today as a special guest. With vast experience in education, she has warmly hosted us during visits to her school last month. A great admirer of Indian culture and cinema, she has joined us with 2 of her colleagues to participate in this conclave. Ma'am, we deeply appreciate your goodwill and extend a warm welcome to you and to your team from Vietnam. Ms. Lynch and Hung, they are these 2, please. I welcome you today for this function. Ms. Rina Osaki, a Japanese national and a lecturer at Happy Science, represents the values of a unique spiritual way of life founded by Ruo Okawa. Accompanied by Mr. Siochi, she has graciously joined us today. We are delighted to welcome you both to Educon 2024. Mr. Lukas Fessenmeyer from Germany is an engineer, data scientist, and a biologist. His presence here adds an international dimension to our discussions. Welcome, dear Lucas, to this 2 days program. Reverend Dr. Philip Pondakan is a beloved member of our Lisieux family. He served as principal of Lisieux for over 9 years and has made immense contribution to various institutions including Chavara School, Carmel School, Shornur, Lisieux International School, Saibaba Colony. Dear Father, each corner of this campus reflects your artistic and aesthetic sensibilities. Welcome back. Dear Dheeraj Pram Kumar Samuel, our proactive PTA president and a district medical practitioner, needs no introduction. Doctor, welcome you. Mr. Raghvesh Menon, our esteemed alumnus and president of Alumni Association, continues to uphold the Lisieux legacy. Mr. Ragesh, warm welcome. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to the principals of various schools and colleges, teachers, and participants who have joined us for this event. Lastly, but most importantly, I thank my Lisieux staff whose tireless efforts have made this conclave a reality. Thank you, teachers. Once again, I warmly welcome each one of you. Trusting God's providence, let us embark on this journey of learning and growth together. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for setting the tone for today's discussion.
Let us be grateful to the people who make us better and inspire us to reach greater heights, for their presence adds value and wisdom to our journey. We invite our principal to honor our correspondent with a shawl. Our bursar to present him the gift. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, fathers. We invite our principal to honor Dr. Subramanian, our chief guest, with a shawl. Teacher Sujata, our staff secretary, to present him the gift. And the student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, sir. We invite our principal to honor Ms. Nirupama Vyas, our chief guest, with a shawl. Teacher Sukanya, our joint staff secretary, to present her the gift. And the student representative to offer her a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. We invite our principal to honor Reverend Father Dr. Philip Spontakin, our chief guest, with a shawl. Teacher Geeta Lakshmanan to present him the gift. And and a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, Father. We invite our principal to honor Ms. Lethi Hoong, our special guest, with a shawl. Our bursar to present her the gift. And a student representative to offer her a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. We invite our principal to honor Ms. Rina Ozaki, our special guest, with a shawl. Teacher Salome to present her the gift. Representative to offer her a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. We invite our principal to honor Mr. Lucas Feisenmeyer, our special guest, with a shawl. Teacher Varahi Pooja to present him a gift. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. We invite our bursar to honor Dr. Dheeraj Premkumar Samuel, a guest of honor, with a shawl. Teacher Velusamy to present him the gift. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We invite our bursar to honor Mr. Rakesh Menon with a shawl. Teacher Manjusha to present him the gift. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. We invite Father Correspondent to honor our principal with a shawl. and a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, Father. We invite Father Correspondent to honor Abbas sir with a shawl. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, fathers. We are pleased to announce that the proceedings of last year's conclave have been meticulously compiled and edited into a comprehensive book. We cordially invite our esteemed Father Correspondent to release the book. We invite Father Correspondent to release the book. We request the dignitaries to accompany. We request the dignitaries to be seated.
And now we move forward to the inaugural address, a defining moment for today's program. With much pleasure, we welcome our honored guest, Ms. Nirupama Vyas, to inaugurate the function with her speech.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I can't hear you all. Awesome. Great. So I want to know from the people out here, how many of you feel that despite your best efforts, you are not able to create the kind of impact that you want to create? With a show of hands. Okay, all of you are able to create the impact? Some of you feel, right, that despite your best efforts, you're not able to create the kind of impact that you're looking for, right? And I also want to know from the people out here, how many of you like gifts? Okay, the people this side, you don't like gifts? You like gifts, right? So I have got gifts for all of you here today. So are you ready to receive those gifts? Awesome, fantastic. So first of all, I would just start by introducing myself. My name is Nirupama Vyas. I have been working for the security wing of Government of India for over half a decade. And I also worked as a TEDx, as an employment to entrepreneur counselor and a TEDx speaker for another half a decade. Now, what brings me here to the education conclave is not to share, what you educators should be doing, but rather, I would really want to talk about the trauma, the different set of pain, the educators go through in their daily life. Are you ready to be a part of this talk? Because it doesn't have to be a monologue. I want you people to participate. Are you ready to participate along with me? With a show of hands? Okay, awesome, thank you. So first of all, I would want to start by acknowledging the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I am overwhelmed and I am thrilled, to be a part of this amazing event, sharing the stage with Chief Guest Dr. Subramaniam K, Dr. Philip, special guest Miss Lee, Miss Reena, Mr. Lucas. I'm so happy to have you all, and the guest of honor, Dr. Dheeraj Prem Kumar Samuel, Mr. Rakesh, and Dr. Shaju. I'm so happy to meet all the people out here. So when I was speaking to Mary, who actually brought me here, Tina, sorry, when I was talking to Tina, you know, she said, ma'am, you just have 10 minutes. And when she gave me that timeline that, you know, you have those 10 minutes, I felt, oh, it's a TEDx talk that I need to really be preparing. So as a part of this talk, you know, I felt that whatever I speak here, the words that I utter here, they have a potential of making some impact. And that is the reason I would be a little selective about the choice of words that I'm doing here. So I am definitely going to get started with the trauma that, you know, we were talking about, the educators face. All the educators out here, you can resonate with this fact that you have a syllabus to be covered in a particular time frame. And while you're covering this syllabus, you are dealing with, say, 35 to 50 people, depending on the teacher-student ratio from one education institution to another. And in this time period, while you're given 35 to 40 minutes, at best, you know, you can engage with 3 to 5 or maximum 10 students at a go. And we are just hoping that the other students would catch up. Now, as Principal Sir rightly said, that there is immense pressure on the educators with the coming of new platforms like Baiju, White Hat Junior, and the advancements in the technology field in terms of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So the pressure on the educators has risen much more than ever before. So in all of this, while the educators out here have a great intent to contribute, the system doesn't allow them, you know, to go out fully and to essentially make the most of it. So I will go back to that first question where I asked you that we are doing the best efforts from our side, yet we feel that the impact that we are trying to create, that is not translated to the students out there. Now here, I am going to be talking about the pressure and trauma, you know, the educators face. Now, given the time and space you all have, there are two options that's there in front of every educator. The one option is to engage fully, and the other option is to escape. Now, a lot of you have been preparing for this conclave, you have been preparing for your classroom lessons, and you've been preparing for the other events at school, and you say that, I have been engaging. I have been doing my very best, you know, what I can do. But I want to tell you, engaging fully is very different from pretending to engage. I'll repeat this thing. Engaging fully is very different from pretending to engage. Now, I'm not here to tell anyone that, you know, you are not engaging fully, but I just want to create a difference between what is engaging fully and what does escaping mean. So when we are engaging fully, it actually means that we are stretching ourselves completely to the need of the moment. So engaging fully means that we are stretching ourselves to the need of the moment. Now, how does this look like? You know, it could be the subject that you are teaching. Are you stretching yourself completely there? The games that you are making the kids play. Nowadays, we are talking about gamification, education through gamification. Are you really becoming a part of those games, you know, where you are making the kids learn through games? Or the interactions that you have with the students, the interactions that you have with your peer group or the school meetings. How many of you are actually proactively participating there? Because for a lot of people, they're like, if I give my suggestion out there, it would mean a lot of work coming on to me. Can you actually reassess and introspect for a moment that when we are given certain opportunities to participate in the school, say the conclave like this, wherein you are getting an opportunity to explore the education system across the world, how many of us are actually stretching ourselves? Now, stretching yourself doesn't mean that you are taking on more, or I'm asking you to burden yourself with responsibilities. Stretching yourself would mean understanding that in that very moment, what is it that is required out of me? In that very moment, what is it that is the demand of the situation that will take things to the next level? Now, a lot of us, even when I was an employee with the Government of India, often this thought used to cross my mind that, hey, I'm justifying my salary. Whatever salary I'm getting, I am doing the work according to that. But whenever we are stretching ourselves, we are going a notch higher. We are not knowing what we are capable of doing till the time we get our shoes into that situation and understand that what is it that is required out of us to be there in that situation. Now let me talk about why do we not stretch ourselves completely. Do you want to know? I think you don't want to know. Give me a show of hands if you want to know why do we not stretch ourselves completely. You people don't want to know, right? You want to know. Okay, the lady out there wants to know. Whenever we are trying to stretch ourselves, there is a certain amount of discomfort that comes within us. There is a certain amount of stress that comes within us. There is a certain amount of fear that comes within us. And this could also lead to failure. Why? Because we are trying to go beyond our comfort zone. We are trying to go beyond doing those things that are familiar to us, that are known to us. So, the people who are scared to fail, they can never stretch themselves. I want to repeat this. The people who are scared to fail, they can never stretch themselves up. And why people don't want to fail? Can I tell you that? People don't want to fail because failing will bring criticism. Failing will bring judgment from people. Failing will bring that next time maybe I will not be given those kind of opportunities that I am given this time. Failing could also mean that it will bring out the ugly side of us. And the moment people get to see my ugly side, then it will not be a good thing because we just want to show the brighter side of us. Whatever is the nice, bright side, that is something we want to be portraying to the world. And that's what, most of the times branding and personal branding, since I'm spending a lot of time on LinkedIn, I find yourself, I'm not asking you to stretch myself beyond this. The second thing that you could do is when you are resolving student issues, students are coming with you with different problems, and nowadays with the metaverse coming, students do not have problems of this, verse. They have problems of a virtual reality, of a virtual world. So, as an educator, are you educating yourself to understand that what are the different things going on, what are the different challenges that students face in the virtual reality, in the world of virtual reality. Then whenever you're participating in school meetings, are you actually giving suggestions? Some of you are, but I am talking to those people who feel that why is there a need for me to put a suggestion out there? I mean, if I tell them, they will ask me to do that kind of work. I mean, that was my attitude some years ago. And I am being candid about that. So in that zone, we just sit back, we just go in our familiar zone, we just do whatever we know, and we don't even participate in the opportunities that the school is providing us. We may be nicely dressed up, being present there, but internally, at the subconscious level, at the unconscious level, our brain is shut, our brain is closed. We do not want to go all out, in participating fully, and we pretend to stretch ourselves. But I want to tell you, only when you participate, you will get to know that what are you capable of doing and what are the things that you need to work on. Only when you stretch yourself, you will get to know that what is it that you're capable of doing and what are the things that you need to work on. Now here, the ugly side of you, the areas of improvement will come to the surface. And when these areas of improvement or the flaws, they come to the surface, it will bring some sort of negativity. Something uneasy would happen within us. And when that something uneasy happens within us, what happens? We'll feel that we are not feeling that confident. We would feel that we are not able to deal with things better. Enough. And yes, I'm talking to the educators, the people who are updating themselves. Even the smartest of the people get this feeling, I am not good enough, I do not know enough. People will laugh upon me. People will start judging me. So as a simple solution, as a small gift, since I've been a healer myself, from the place of energy science, I offer to you a small healing card. I will be leaving this healing card with Tina. I'll be giving her lots of healing cards and I will ask her to give it to anybody who requires it. Just try it out as an experiment. For 30 days, all these disempowering thoughts that you're having within, whenever you are going out of your comfort zone, like the way you talk to a friend, like the way you talk to a therapist, like the way you talk to a psychologist, try talking to this healing card for 30 days. Now this is nothing to do with religion, this is nothing to do with spirituality, this is plain energy science. This card has got some energies and just try out for 30 days if something shifts. I am not wanting to give you any guarantee, I'm just wanting you to do it as a scientific experiment. Like the way you do research, do it as a scientific experiment. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, just throw it in the dustbin. That's something, I'm just wanting you to do. Now, we have spoken a lot about why we do not engage, why we do not want to fail. Now, let me say something about how to engage fully. How to be 100% in the game of life, in the game of the opportunities that are being given to us. Now, whenever an opportunity is being given to us, whenever we find that, something has come to us, I want you to do 3 things. How many things? People, I can't hear. 3 things. Yes. So the first thing that I would want you to do is you need to prepare. In spite of the fact that I have been doing these talks almost every week, I took this time out to prepare. Not because I wanted to present myself the very best, because whatever you are doing, it needs to be done with some intent, it needs to be done with utmost integrity, and it needs to create the best possible solution for the person who is listening to you there on the other side. So there is no substitute for preparation, my dear people. You may have artificial intelligence, you may have ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, so many other platforms, AI platforms, which have actually made our job easier. But if you are looking at creating some sort of transformation, and when you are looking at transformation, I see your responsibility with utter seriousness, because you are transforming the next generation, the next set of leaders, who are supposed to come. So, I had heard this thing somewhere that people acknowledge engineers, people acknowledge scientists, people acknowledge doctors, people acknowledge government servants, higher officials. But it is the teachers who make the government servants. It is the teachers who make the engineers. It is the teachers who make the scientists. It is the teachers who make everyone else that we know. So if you are not prepared in doing what you are doing, you cannot create that kind of transformation. I see you as a light, which you are taking everywhere around you and lighting everybody else's candle with the flame, with the light that you have within you. So the first thing I would want you to do is to prepare. And prepare for every little thing, no matter you know it well, no matter you have done it 100 times, but there is something known as mastery. The better you prepare, the better is your mastery over the subject. The second thing that I would want all the educators out here to do is to be willing to go out of your comfort zone. Yes, be willing to go out of your comfort zone. And what does it mean to be willing to go out of your comfort zone? It means to be confronting your fears. It's not the children, the students who have these fears. We too have fears as adults. But most of the times we brush it under the carpet. No, I don't want to see it today. I have an important task to be fulfilled. And when you do not see your fear, you are scared that people would judge me. You are scared that people will not accept me. You are scared that people will find out how less I know. You are scared that people will talk against me when I go out of this event. And with all these fears, fears of being judged, fears of being criticized, fear of being rejected, fear of being ignored, fear of being humiliated, fear of going through the shame of not knowing, fear of being insulted, and God knows what all fears, we do not want to move ahead. We simply sit back, shut ourselves, and tell people, oh yes, 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 I am very much there in the event. But actually we are not. And I would again bring this card to you. Speak to the card for 30 days. Try out if it works. If it doesn't, you can just starts tightening. Your mind starts tightening. Your body will start shrinking. Your mind will start shrinking. And the whole purpose of the education system is to relax people. The whole purpose of the education system is not to bring that kind of stress, to bring that kind of tightness, to shrink the brain. No. The whole purpose of the education system is to be ensuring that people, students, everyone who is a part of the education system should be relaxed. And only when you are relaxed, you can receive things. Only when you are able to receive things fully, you are able to engage things fully, that you will be able to find out that what essentially works or what essentially doesn't work. And only when you receive things, you will be in a position to give it to your students, to be giving it to the next generation. So, please relax yourself as much as you can and make sure that you follow these 3 principles. Prepare whenever you are going out for a new opportunity. Get out of your comfort zone. And the next part that I would say is, please ensure that you are willing to fail. So these are the 3 things that I would leave you with. Thank you so much for giving your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing us how to overcome the trauma and pressure we face as educator and of effective give our best to the students. Thank you so much, ma'am.
The important thing in science is much to obtain new facts as to discover new ways of thinking about them. Space is where new dreams are nurtured and ventured. We request our esteemed guest, Dr. K. Subramanian, a distinguished scientist from ISRO, who exemplifies this spirit to share his insights with us.
So good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank the management of Lisieux Higher Secondary School, principal, correspondent, for inviting me to say a few words about the present education system and the challenges and what the future should be. So education, people have given various definitions. Education is a Latin word. So the main people have given different definitions for education. For example, scientists, the 19th century scientist Einstein told, education is not the learning of the facts, but it is the training of the mind. Training of the mind to think differently. The think means, that means it should nurture thinking, problem solving skills, creativity, etc. Similarly, Dr. Radhakrishnan told, education is not only learning of the intellectual, but it is the refinement of the heart and the discipline of the spirit. Swami Vivekananda also, education is not the amount of information that one gathers and put into the brain and remains undigested there. It is the life building, man making, character building, assimilation of the ideas over which anybody can stand on their own feet. Similarly, Mahatma Gandhi has told education is not literacy alone. Literacy itself is not education, but it is the development of the mind, body, and spirit. So all these great people and scientists and philosophers define education as intellectual plus character. So that should be the goal of the true education. So we cannot separate character from education. So that means character and disciplines are associated with education like a body and soul. So without character, if you are learning anything, then we cannot call it education. It may be literacy, but literacy in itself is not education according to Mahatma Gandhi. That is also true. So in all the cases, intellectual plus discipline, that only will completely define education. So character, discipline is a part of the educations. So it should not be lopsided. So the education should concentrate not only on the intellectual acquiring of the knowledge, but also play a suitable role to improve the spirituality. That is, educational spirituality should be there. Spirituality, I mean, it is not religion. That is a moral and human values, discipline, etc. So education should be always associated with this spirituality development, which is missing. So it is not balanced. So we are concentrating more on the intellectual aspects of knowledge. Even one of the mindset is only to get the job with the lucrative salary. So that will kill creativity and problem solving skills, and also it become inquisitiveness. So the education should always great impact should be focused on developing the discipline of the students. That is a part of the education. So if you see, we are having about 15, so according to Thiruvalluvar, so we know that we classify education, arts, science and commerce, etc. In fact, this kind of classification is already done by Thiruvalluvar in one of his couple for Ennanba, Yena, Eluthanba, Kannanba, Iviran, Valum Uyirku. N means arithmetic, that is the mathematics, Q of science. Eluthu means that is arts. So even though we consider as a modern classification, Thiruvalluvar already classified it. So these are all the, so N, arithmetic and numeracy are the two eyes of the human being. So that he stresses the importance of the education, and he has talked a lot about through his couples, that is Tirukkural. I am not going to discuss all those things. So there should be a harmony in the pedagogical triangle, that is teacher, student and content. There should be a perfect harmony, balanced. That means content means not the intellectual content alone, but it's also the spirituality. That is, educational spirituality should be also mixed with that. So in the present, we are having about even though we are having enough number of schools, that is, we are having about 15 lakh schools, 97 lakh teachers under the school level, and 26.5 crore students, and about 1,100 universities, more than 39,000 colleges, 4.5 crore students in the higher educations. So we are good in numbers, but the quality of the education is missing. For example, in the 7th standard students, 50% of the 7th standard students could not be able to read the textbook of the 2nd standard and could not be able to do the arithmetic of the 2nd standard level, particularly in the rural areas. So sufficient, that is enough remedial measure has to be taken into account. And the literacy rate, that even 38% of the people are illiterate till today also, and about 35% of the students of the 5th class are not continuing education. 50% of the students after completing the 8th standard are not continuing education. So the focus should be on these aspects to develop, so that our aims to be to achieve 100% literacy. So literacy alone, I told you, literacy alone means not education, but is also associated with the discipline and character. Discipline and character building is not much important is not given, both in schools somewhat better, but in colleges it is missing. So this indicates the gross embezzlement ratio, that is index is about 26.5 in the case of the higher education. Out of 100 students, 25% of the students are not completing the degree in the higher education, right? Out of 15 lakh engineering students who are coming out yearly, only 60% are employable, and in the above 60%, only 45 students are able to get secured employment. So all these figures indicates that our education system requires reformation, revamping, or we have to re-engineer the education system to remove all these aspects so that we can able to achieve 100% literacy. So we have our education system more complex. We have fulfilled only in numbers. Number of schools, colleges, and universities are enough in numbers. We are having very good framework of schools and colleges, but the quality-wise, it is lacking. So we have to concentrate more on the standard of education and quality of the educations. So which indicates that we have to revamp or re-engineering the education system. So in fact, to do that, national education policy has also been framed by our government. And the total funding, the main problem is the fund allocation to the education. The total fund allocated by our government of India is around 44 to 4.6% of GDP. Of course, even though it meets the figure proposed by the UNESCO, but for our system to achieve 100% literacy, these budgets should be increased to 6 to 7% of the GDP, because many schools, particularly the rural areas, are missing infrastructure. Sufficient infrastructure is not there. So the government should also focus to improve the infrastructure by allocating more funds. So in order to achieve these things, of course, we have introduced digitized technologies. So I'm not going to talk about all these things. We have to the vocational training, and which involves intensive. That is, schools should also focus in helping the students after completing the +2 education to get internship in the National Skill Development Institutes, and they also should take initiative in helping the students. If they are not unable to pursue the education after +2, they should be assisted to get employment, or they should be guided properly so that they will get required skill through Skill Training Institute. And also too much pressure is given on the grades and marks. That means much focus on intellectual aspects, not on the spirituality. So self-learning, entrepreneurship development skill, flipped classrooms, personalized learning, digitized technology like artificial intelligence assisted learning, real and augmented, real virtuality and augmented reality, So these are the latest digitized technologies which can be used to improve the standard of education. But however, they are not cost effective. The rural schools may not be able to afford these kind of things. However, some of the colleges in the urban areas can take responsibility of improving the standard of the school education by adopting. The students, that is teachers, also should be encouraged to write books. So because by writing books also they can able to become very good teachers. Government should also focus on increasing number of schools under public-private partnership by giving more financial aid for the private schools so that they may also contribute to improve the standard. About 48% of the students in the schools are educated by the private school with better quality of education compared to government schools. The STEM and the STEAM concept, that is science, technology and engineering, mathematics, STEM, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics concepts can be introduced. Project-based learning can be implemented. Creativity, innovation, lifelong learning, customized and personalized learning, etc. should be implemented. But the 100% should not be technology-based educations. It's always a hybrid, mixed type of learning. That is conventional teaching by the teacher, plus that is online learning or self-study learning or through using advanced technology, etc. So with these few words, so the main thing is the discipline building requires more trust, both in the school level as well as in the higher education level. So it should not be lopsided. So the majority, even in school also, the education is mainly based on the roting, that is simply memorizing and reproducing. So it should not be parroting. That means whatever the teacher tells, simply they will reproduce as such. So this kind of learning techniques should be avoided, and there should be perfect understanding, in-depth learning. The students should read more books, make use of the library, apart from the online learning. So with these few words, I conclude these my few words about which may be useful for the educators and students so that they can implement it and improve their standard. So I am not going to talk about in detail about the digitized technologies. So I am extremely thankful to for the management of Lisieux Educon for giving an opportunity to say a few words about the education systems, why revamping is required. Because our industrialized economy has moved from industrialized economy to knowledge economy. So we should be flexible enough to accommodate things, so to improve the skills, to meet the societal demands as well as the individual demands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your speech created a deeper understanding and gave a spark to the new ideas and possibilities.
Leadership is not about a title or position, but about inspiring others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. Here we have someone who truly embodies the statement, a correspondent. We warmly invite you, Father, to deliver the presidential address.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and fellow educators, happy morning. It is a privilege to welcome you all to the second edition of our educational conclave. I am filled with gratitude as I see this gathering of visionary minds, all united by a shared passion for shaping the future of education. I extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee for bringing us together once again for this important dialogue. As we stand at the crossroads of a new era, it is evident that the landscape of education is undergoing a profound transformation. The rise of artificial intelligence and rapid technological advancements have brought us into uncharted territory, an era marked by unprecedented access to information and powerful tools that have the potential to revolutionize the way we teach and learn. Artificial intelligence, once a distant concept, has become an integral part of our daily lives, transforming the landscape of education. It is revolutionizing classrooms by personalizing learning experiences, streamlining administrative tasks, and enabling educators to focus on what truly matters, inspiring and mentoring the next generation. Tools like ChatGPT and other AI-driven technologies have evolved from being mere innovations to essential elements of our educational framework, creating dynamic ways to engage students and deliver knowledge effectively. As we look to the future, AI promises to redefine education further, fostering inclusivity, accessibility, and adaptability in learning. However, to fully realize its potential, it is essential to address the gaps in understanding and implementation and ethical integration of these technologies. Platforms like this, Educational Conclave, play a pivotal role in bridging these gaps. They bring together through leaders, educators, and innovators to exchange ideas, share best practices, and collaboratively design strategies for navigating the evolving educational landscape. Our relevance and effectiveness hinge on our ability to evolve alongside these new developments, equipping ourselves with the skills and insights necessary to harness the full potential of AI and emerging technologies. This conclave is an excellent platform for us to do just that. It is a space for exchanging ideas, exploring innovative approaches, and building networks that will help us navigate this changing educational environment. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of this opportunity, to engage deeply in the discussions, and to leave here with fresh perspectives and strategies that can be implemented in your institutions. In closing, I am reminded of the simple yet powerful truth. Education has always been about more than just imparting knowledge. It is about preparing students for the future. Today, the future is intertwined with technology, and it is our responsibility to guide our learners through this journey with wisdom, creativity, and a commitment to excellence. Let us embrace this moment of change with optimism and courage, confident that together we can lead the way forward in this new age of AI-driven education. Thank you. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conclave. May God bless all of us.
Thank you, Father, for those inspiring and insightful words. Your address has truly set the tone for this gathering and reminded us of the immense responsibility we carry as educators. Thank you, Father.
A thankful heart is not only the greatest virtue, but also the parent of all the other virtues. Appreciation is the highest form of prayer, for it acknowledges the presence of good. We invite Teacher Sujata to propose the vote of thanks.
With pens dipped in gratitude, we script our thanks to the intellectual architects who, through their words and wisdom, have built bridges of knowledge, connecting each of us in this educational symphony. It is with great joy and gratitude that I stand before you today to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural ceremony of Educon 2024. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Reverend Father Dr. Saju Varghese, our correspondent. Your passion for education has been the driving force behind the success of this conclave. Thank you, Father. Our profound gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Subramanian, a scientist from ISRO, for gracing this occasion with his presence. Your insightful remarks have inspired us greatly. Thank you, sir. Our sincere gratitude to Mrs. Nirupama Vyas, entrepreneur, for sharing her expertise and passion. Your presence has enriched our event. Thank you, ma'am. We express a deep sense of gratitude to Reverend Father Dr. Philip Spondekan, Principal of Lisieux CMI International School. Your support had made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your presence. Thank you, Father. We extend our warm gratitude to Ms. Lê Thị Nhung, Principal of Times School of Hanoi in Vietnam. Your presence added depth to our event. Your kindness and hospitality made our visit to Vietnam truly unforgettable one. Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful to Ms. Rina Osaki, lecturer from Japan, for her presence and inspiring contribution to this educational endeavor. We hope that your expertise will broaden our perspectives. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate the presence of Mr. Lucas Pesenmeyer, engineer and data scientist from Germany. Your participation has been a testament to the power of international collaboration and our shared commitment to excellence in education. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Dheeraj Premkumar Samuel, PTA President of our school. We are so grateful for your guidance and support. Thank you, sir. Our special thanks to Mr. Rakesh Menon, President of Alumni Association, for your tireless effort and unwavering support to our school community. Thank you, sir. We express our sincere thanks to Reverend Father Dr. Advocate Joy Arakkal, our principal, for bringing together esteemed educators and experts to share their insights and experience. Thank you, Father, for your passion of education. We express our gratitude to Reverend Father Linjo Joseph Abasar for your enthusiasm and commitment to education, which made this event truly special. Thank you, Father. Let's take a moment to appreciate the power of coming together as a community, exchanging ideas, forging new connections, and pursuing knowledge and growth with a shared vision. The insights gained and the lessons learned from this event will undoubtedly have a ripple effect, extending far beyond these walls and touching the lives of many. May the relationships we have fostered and the collaboration we have initiated continue to guide us in our personal and professional lives, inspiring us to be the agents of change, champions of progress, and catalysts for a better future. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm words of welcome.
At this moment, we would like to honor Mr. Jagadish from The Hindu, our media partner. We invite you, sir, onto the dais. We request Father Principal to honor him. We request Thank you, fathers. Thank you, sir.
We request the dignitaries to take the honorable seats of the dais.
We are very happy to announce that we have beautiful exhibits in the first floor and the ground floor based on the Indian education system. We request you all to visit over the exhibits during the tea break. And also we are much delighted to announce you that students. So go and witness the exhibits. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the official inaugural ceremony, and now we move forward to the paper presentation.
I request you all to kindly be seated. Dear participants, kindly be seated.
Let us invite Teacher Belinda to introduce the moderator.
I'm pleased to introduce Sister Annalyn, Vice Principal of Avila Convent Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Sister Annalyn exemplifies the living expression of God's kindness. Sister Annalyn is dedicated to integrating the principles of Christian education with modern pedagogical practices. Sister also holds a master's degree in language and literature and is currently pursuing her doctorate in English literature. She has held various roles in educational institutions under the Jairani province. We are glad to have you here, sister. It's my honor and privilege to invite you to chair the session as the moderator for the paper, Learning to be Happy, the Door of Immense Creativity. Welcome, sister.
Thank you, ma'am. We invite Reverend Father Principal to honor Sister Anlin with a shawl. Bursar to present a gift. And a student representative to present a sapling. Thank you all.
Over to you, sister.
Respected dignitaries, a warm greetings to one and all present here. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. It has the power to transform minds, build bridges across cultures, and illuminate the path for a better future. Today, we gather here at this educational conclave, a space where ideas converge, perceptions are challenged, and innovations is born. It is my distinct honor to introduce our presenter, Reverend Father Anil Talakotu CMI, whose work embodies the transformating power of education. Father Anil CMI is a multifaceted leader, educator, and spiritual guide, renowned for his contributions to education, pastoral care, and psychological well-being. With an extraordinary academic foundation that spans philosophy, theology, spirituality, human resource management, commerce, communication, and education, he embodies a rare blend of intellectual rigor and compassionate service. His global educational experiences include a diploma in counseling and pastoral work from the East Asian Pastoral Institute in the Philippines, further enrich his perspective. Professionally, Father Anand has dedicated decades of empowering communities through roles such as youth animator, formation minister, and psychological counselor. As a spiritual animator, he has profoundly impacted individual lives through meditation and counseling. Currently, he serves as the administrator of Bharat Mata CMI Public School in Palakkad and as the counselor for social apostolate and healing care, where his leadership continues to aspire. Father Anil's unwavering commitment to social upliftment is exemplified by his tenure as the director of Childline Palakkad, underscoring his lifelong mission to nurture humanity with wisdom and care. Let us take these precious moments to welcome the dignitary, Father Anil, and honor him.
We invite Reverend Father Principal to honor Reverend Father Dr. Anil Talakuttur with a shawl and a book. Teacher Julie to present a gift. And a student representative to present a sapling. Thank you, fathers.
Thank you, Father Anil, for joining us today. As we explore the topic, learning to be happy, the door to immense creativity, we are reminded of the power of joy to unlock our greatest potentials. Mahatma Gandhi said, happiness is when you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. This harmony not only nurtures our well-being, but also fuels our ability to think outside the box and create extraordinary things. Without further delay, I invite Father Anil to take the stage to lead us through the inspiring session. Let us welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Respected dignitaries who are sitting in front of me, Sister Annelyn, who introduced me, dear teachers, educators, and my dear students, a warm good morning to all of you. I hope you got the paper that I'm going to present. But I don't know whether you have it in your hand, but anyway, you will be getting that. By the by, I would like to begin this topic or this session by congratulating Father Joy Arikil, as well as the manager, Father Shaju and Barsar, for conducting such kind of a brilliant conclave, because it is not that easy to conduct such an international one. So congratulations to the management of Lisieux Matriculation Higher Secondary School, and also for inviting me for this session. I hope I am not a new figure for many of you who are sitting here. I was in this campus for giving you a motivational session once or twice already. So the topic today is learning to be happy. Are you happy? All of you are happy? Are you sure you are happy? Though you say that you are happy, some of your faces are like, a long face. Your faces speak better than your words. That means you are happy, but there are so many things that make you sad. Am I right? If you say no, you are already enlightened. I should give you a place in somewhere on the dais. Human existence is like this, We sometimes exuberant, happy, sometimes sad. Am I right? Of course. If you are 60% happy and 40% sad, you are normal. If you are 60% is sad and 40% is happy, you are suffering. If you are 80% is sad and 20% is happy, you are in very bad situation. And unfortunately, many of us are 95% is sad and 5% is happy. Miserable. Am I right? Yes. Unfortunately, that is our condition today. Why it is happening so? We all want happiness. We all want exuberance. We all want joy. Why it is happening? Any idea? I would like to start with a small story because story speaks better than papers. A man went for an evening walk. He walked and walked and he lost his time consciousness and he reached heaven. It's a mythical story. He reached heaven, but he did not know that it was heaven. He was very tired. He sat under a tree. Very tired, very hungry, very thirsty, also very angry. So he thought, my God, if I get some food to eat, I would be so grateful. And he remembered all the nice food that he used to get. To his surprise, all the things came in front of him. All the good food, biryani, chapati, parota, all these things came in front of him. Not in front of you, in front of him. Because some are laughing, oh, biryani, parota, all these things. Not. He was very happy and he began to eat all those food. After eating, what would be the next wish? Drink and, get something to quench. So he thought, oh God, if I have something to drink, like maybe Coca-Cola, Pepsi, whatever it be. Whatever he thought, all the things came in front of him. He was very happy again. All the things are there in front of him. He began to drink as much as possible. After eating and drinking, what would be the next? Of course, he has sleep. So he thought, I am now full. I have enough drink. Now I want to sleep. If I get a good bed, I would be so happy. Suddenly, to his surprise, a big bed came in front of him with all the decorations. He jumped onto the bed and lay down for sleep. Suddenly, he thought for a moment, who is bringing all these things to me, to the friend? Who is the responsible person? Is there any ghost here? I hope you know what is ghost, isn't it? Is there any ghost here? Suddenly, so many ghosts came around him. He was very much terrified. He said, my God, I think they are going to eat me now. They all came near to him and ate him. Do you know the name of the tree under which he was sitting? The name of the tree that is there in Indian spirituality, that is only seen in Devaloka, is Kalpavriksha. Wish-fulfilling tree. Is it a myth or just a story? No. Our sages, whenever they say something, they intend to communicate a truth to the audience. And where is that wish-fulfilling tree, Kalpavriksha? Is it just a mythical tree? No. It is a real tree that is planted in each and every one of us. And that is our mind. Our mind is the wish-fulfilling tree And if you know how to use it properly, you can have all the wishes. And if you do not know how to use it properly, you will have all the sufferings and distress. Yes. So you will have the wish fulfilling tree. The next slide. Yeah, that's with me, I think. Yes. Okay, yes. So this is Kalpavriksha, a symbolic representation of that. So what is the power of our mind? Nowadays, the things that we are enjoying are the things that we are suffering. Do you agree with me? I have my cell phone. I enjoy the cell phone. But if there is no battery, do I enjoy or do I suffer? I suffer. 2 days back, I went to a place where there is no range, mobile range. I suffer. So the thing that I enjoy now, I also suffer. It becomes a cause of suffering. People enjoy education, but if I ask the students, do you enjoy education? They say, I suffer. People enjoy employment, becoming a teacher. But sometimes if I ask you, are you enjoying this employment? Sometimes you may say, I suffer. If I ask an unmarried man, are you suffering because of unmarried status? He would say, of course I suffer. If I ask a married man, are you enjoying or suffering? Again, he would say, I am suffering. Whatever be the conditions, we are enjoying or suffering. And most of the time we are suffering. If I ask you, you have children and you have a lot of enjoyment, you would say, at the beginning it was enjoyment, but now it is a suffering. Somebody was telling me, my child is my munkala janma karma phalam, something like that. That much extent people are suffering from their children. So whatever be the blessing, that becomes a curse later. Why it is so? Let us come back to the topic, the mind. Everything is controlled by the mind. The power of mind. Mind is a supercomputer. It has immense capacity. Think of your board exams. Just 1 or 2 days of board exam, how did you study? You must have completed maybe the whole chapter in 1 hour. If you study like that the whole life, you would have completed all the books in the whole library. But will you study like that? Not at all. But on that day, you studied like that. Suppose a thief entered into your house and you are alone. You are very covered, very fearful. But if you have a big kind of, steel bar with you, will you fight for your life and your property? Yes, you would fight. And sometimes you will win. Because at that time, your mind is working extraordinarily well. Suppose there is a fire accident and your son or daughter is in the threat of dying. Will you jump into the fire? Yes. You will jump and you will save your daughter or son. Why? You have the capacity to do that, provided there is an emergency. If a 100 kg maybe table is on the foot of you, on the feet of you, fallen, will you lift that 100 kg? Yes. If that is the case, you can go to Olympics and win the medal for, weightlifting. It's not possible, but in the emergency situation, you will do that. That is the power of mind. That is the power of this Kalpa Vriksha, wish fulfilling tree. When we think of mind, the problem with the mind is The mind always works with a reason. You cannot deceive the mind. The mind always works with a valid reason. The reason can be conscious reason or unconscious reason. What is conscious reason? You all have taken Covishield as COVID protection vaccine, isn't it? Do you think that this Covishield will really protect you from this COVID? Actually, there are scientific studies that are conducted. It is not the Covishield that is protecting you. It is the faith that Covishield would protect you from COVID. That faith protects you, not the Covishield. When you have fever, you take what tablet? Paracetamol. Do you think that paracetamol really heals you? Only 30 to 40%. Another 60% of healing comes from the thought that I have taken paracetamol. So who is healing you? Mind. That is the power of mind. An unconscious reason? That is again funny. We have amidst us one of my best friend, Father Joby, a psychologist. He would be the one to authentically say about all these things because it is a little bit of psychology. Mind produces gas. Once I went to Philippines for my higher studies, I was eating potato mash for the breakfast. And here what happens when we eat a piece of potato? Gas. But I saw all the people there in the Philippines eat potato mash for their breakfast and no problem. But for me, a piece of potato, gas. So who is creating this gas? Again, the mind. Because mind is a kalpa vriksha. I can say so many examples with regard to this. In other words, mind is something which is given to us by God for our happiness, provided we know how to manage it, how to use it. That is a problem with our education system. We teach them chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, and all the things except how to become happy. After studying 12, coming out of the school, and they still doubt, what is the good food that I can take? They go for junk foods and all the other, substances. They don't know what to eat after studying 12 years in the school. After studying 12 years in the school, when there is a small problem, unable to control themselves, thinking of suicide. Whenever they feel there is a threat in front of them, disappointed. So my dear friends, learning how to control this mind is the basic education that we should get. How to control the mind? Let me come back to that. Whether our mind is an enemy or a friend. What do you think? Mind is an enemy or a friend? Friend or an enemy? Both? If my hand is slapping me always, is this hand good for me or bad for me? Yes, bad for me because it is actually giving me pain. Think of your life. You are still suffering from the things that happened 1 year back. Maybe a fight between a friend. Whenever you think of that, you feel angry, you feel sad. Who is making you sad and angry? Your mind. That means your mind is still making you sad and unhappy, and therefore your mind acts as an enemy. But as I was telling, the mind is kalpavriksha, through which I can enjoy immense happiness. Why it is not happening? Because we do not know where to touch, how to control, and how to enjoy its freedom. My dear friends, since it is time almost, let me come back to, because I have so many things to say, but since there's no time, I hope you can compensate in the question and answer session. Again, a small story, because stories are better. A man was sitting in a seashore and enjoying the sea. A pastor came there and asked him, "Why are you sitting here and wasting your time?" The man said, "I am not wasting the time. I am enjoying the sea." This pastor said, "Go and do some work." Then this man said, "Why should I go and do some work?" Then the pastor said, "You will be getting money." He said, "After getting money, what will I do?" Pastor said, "You can go and get the money and buy the things that you want. Then with the things you can enjoy the life. Then I will be happy." This man who was on the shore said, "My dear sir, I am now happy, enjoying the life. Why should I do all these things to enjoy the happiness?" Our aim of life is happiness. There is no doubt regarding that. If I ask the teachers who are sitting here, "Why are you teaching?" only answer, of course, you will be saying maybe job satisfaction, maybe salary. Why should you get the salary? Again, after getting the salary, I can meet all the things that are needed in the life. Again, why are you meeting all the things in the life? I should be happy. So ultimate aim of all of us is, directly or indirectly, happiness. If that is the case, we should give much attention to this happiness in the syllabus. We should teach the students how to be happy. How to be happy? Keep in your mind 5 things. How to control and make the mind an obedient servant. The first thing is awareness. Second thing is mindfulness. Third thing is concentration. Fourth thing is meditation. And fifth thing is contemplation. 5 levels of controlling the mind and getting happiness. The first one is awareness. What is awareness? We all have got a torchlight within us. That is our mind. We do not know how to hold it. So holding the mind is very, very important. The second one is mindfulness. Become aware. That is to the next level. Third level is concentration. How to concentrate and how to control the mind who is always wandering like a monkey. Then comes meditation. Nowadays, all the people are meditating. Why? Because they know the importance of meditation. You can have meditation to make money. It will be possible because you are telling the Kalpavriksha to make money. You can get anything through meditation, provided you know the know-how of meditation. And if you are a really spiritual person, you would go for contemplation, where you will get ultimate happiness. So I hope all of you will enjoy that happiness. For that, we are created by God. Thank you once again for giving me this chance.
Thank you, Father Anil, for such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. Now, the floor is open for discussion. This is your opportunity to ask questions, share your thoughts, to delve deeper into the context explored today. Please feel free to raise your hands or approach the microphone, and it will engage to a meaningful dialogue.
We believe that we have a lot of participants rather than spectators. We need an engaging crowd. Kindly come out with your clarifications. Dr. Anil, he is a genius. Yes, to start with Father, it's something auspicious for us.
Father Anil, you presented very well the importance of mind. And you are focusing on the happiness and suffering, right? My question is, whether suffering also can be a kind of a happiness. Actually, mother is suffering in the case of their child. But actually that mother is not taking that suffering as a pain, but she is enjoying that. So that way also can we interpret whether some suffering also can be the happiness also. What is your viewpoint, Father?
That is again a wonderful question. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
There are suffering that we would like to suffer. Of course, yes. A lot of sufferings are there. School children are coming to school. Though they are suffering, they know that it would be ending up in joy. Suffering that is intended for good and that we would like to go through is good. But often what is happening in our life is suffering that comes as a misery, as unwanted element. That is the real suffering. The suffering that is intended for good, of course, is something which is necessary and that we all enjoy.
For example, this education system itself, for the student, sometimes it is a suffering. For the child, for the mother, child is sometimes a suffering, but it's an enjoyable suffering, that is true. But there are so many unwanted suffering. I am mentioning about that. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
What is the scale used to measure the happiness? You are telling 20% happiness, 30% happiness. What is 100% happiness?
Thank you for that wonderful question. What is the scale to measure the happiness? Usually the happiness is measured according to the time period. On that particular time period, if you are happy or sad. For example, if I do an examination of conscience, and if I see that in a day, 2 hours or 3 hours I am going through suffering, and 2 or 3 hours I am going through happiness, that is one of the criteria through which we know that we are living in happiness or sadness, the usual way. I don't know whether there is a psychological standard scale for that, but usually that is the common criteria. How much time I am enjoying my life and how much time I am suffering. For example, a housewife, if she is reaching in the house and sees the mother-in-law's face, there start the suffering. That means from 5 in the evening till morning 8 o'clock, that's suffering. 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the school, it is the time of joy. So that is how sometimes we measure the suffering. I don't know whether there is a standardized scale for enjoying the suffering, measuring the suffering. But what I mean is these kinds of suffering, not exactly the suffering and happiness. Okay.
Sir, do you think that life will be without suffering will be smooth?
Life without suffering is possible only for the mystics. Because within us, we all believe that there is God, Satchit Ananda. The nature of God is Ananda. What is Ananda? Blissfulness. And if I find this Ananda within me, of course, in everybody's inside, the presence of God is there. As we believe, or if you believe or not, we call it in different names, maybe Supreme Intelligence, maybe God, Jesus, whatever it be. The power is within us, or the spiritual power is within us. Sometimes you call it as energies and all those things. Once you touch that energy level, that blissfulness, then whatever be the suffering that comes from the world, especially the bodily suffering, that won't touch this happiness. I will be happy always. I will be blissful always. So, you can overcome the suffering. That is the teaching of all the mystics, all the rishis of India. They taught us the way to overcome the suffering. Buddha, he is a perfect example for one of the sages who taught us how to overcome the suffering. So our aim of life is enjoy happiness to its fullness, and that happiness is known as bliss, spiritual happiness. When we think of happiness, there are different levels of happiness. The first one is bodily happiness. Bodily happiness is known as pleasure. Then the next one is known as mental happiness or emotional happiness. That is known as maybe joy. But spiritual happiness, that is the highest level of happiness, and that is known as bliss or ecstasy. So if you reach that level of ecstasy, that is possible only by knowing that the cause of happiness is within me. When you reach that, nobody can make you suffer. You will be always feeling the blissfulness because you are the bliss. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your engagement and thought-provoking contribution to today's discussion on learning to be happy, the door to immense creativity. Father, you opened the session by stating that our mind is control of our life, and the things that we enjoy is the cause of our suffering. The mind is all-powerful and it works for a reason. Happiness is measured on the state of mind, and our life aim is to be happy. Ultimate aim of this comes only when we are in the bliss. Thank you, Father, for your sharing these valuable insights that have not only deepened our understanding of the link between happiness and creativity, but inspired us to embark joy as a catalyst for innovation in our personal and professional lives. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Father Joy Arekel Siamai, the esteemed principal of Lisieux Metric High Secondary School, for inviting me as the moderator of this session. As we conclude this session, let us carry the lessons we learned today and apply them to unlock new dimensions of creativity in our own journey. On behalf of everyone, thank you for being a part of this enriching experience. Let us give a final round of applause for Father Anil. Thank you everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conclave.
We thank you, Father, for your sharing your insight as how to be happy and immense creativity.
Now, let's take a short break to refresh ourselves with some tea and snacks. We have volunteers to help you out to reach the designated area. We request the participants to pave way for the dignitaries to move from the auditorium. Kindly, during a tea break, make space to get drenched in the various exhibitions organized exclusively for you. To start with, the evolution of Indian education, Happy Science Expo, we'll resume after a 15 minutes break. The next paper presentation will start sharply by 11:30.
Dear participants, kindly move for the tea break. And you can very well visit the exhibitions, which is on the first floor and ground floor. Participants, kindly settle down. We are about to start the session.
Let's resume our morning session. We are moving on to the next paper presentation. We invite Teacher Jenny to introduce the moderator of this session.
Good morning. It is my privilege to introduce Reverend Father Matthew Kodapanakunnal, a remarkable individual whose life reflects dedication to faith, education and service. Ordained in 2016, he served as a missionary in Kenya, contributing to the Chalice Bakara Community Care Center with both spiritual and managerial excellence. An academic achiever with a master's in commerce and MBA, PhD, Father Matthew has demonstrated exceptional leadership as principal of renowned institutions and now as a director of Lisieux College of Education, shaping the future of educators. A true inspiration, Father Matthew exemplifies the harmony of faith and professional excellence. We warmly welcome him as our esteemed moderator. Welcome, Father.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing the moderator. We request our principal to honor Reverend Father Dr. Matthew Thomas with a shawl. And a book. Teacher Kamala Kannan to present him with a gift. And a student representative. To offer him a sapling. Thank you, fathers.
Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Education is the foundation of progress, a transformative journey that empowers individuals to innovate, lead, and make meaningful contribution to society. It is not just about knowledge transfer, but about fostering critical thinking, adaptability, and lifelong learning. Today, I am privileged to introduce our esteemed presenter of this session, Dr. G. Mahesh, who brings valuable insights and expertise to inspire us in the realm of education. Dr. Mahesh is an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Southern College of Engineering, Trichy. With an academic career spanning over 18 years, he has held significant roles in premier institutions including Shastra University and Indira Ganeshan College of Engineering. Dr. Mahesh holds a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering, a master's in advanced manufacturing, and a PhD from Anna University. He has presented research at 10 international conferences, published over 10 papers in prestigious journals, and is the holder of 50 patents in India. His passion for education is matched by his talent in music, where he has completed 4 grades in guitar, keyboard and drums. Now let us take this opportunity to honor Dr. Mahesh.
We request our principal to honor Dr. G. Mahesh with a shawl. Participants, kindly maintain silence. And a book. Teacher Jayalakshmi to present him with a gift. And a student representative to offer him with the sapling. Thank you all.
Today, Dr. Mahesh will explain us on experiential learning, learning through reflection on doing. This innovative educational approach emphasizes active engagement and reflection as the keys to understanding, critical thinking and adaptability. Rooted in David Kolb's model, it connects theory and practice, making it a foundation of modern pedagogy. Let us welcome Dr. Mahesh with a big round of applause for presenting the paper for the next 20 minutes. Let us listen to him.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So it is very comfortable to keep my mic with this place. So it is very comfortable for me. First of all, I thank management and other all in-charge and coordinators for given the opportunity to present here. So it is given this topic, experiential learning, learning through reflection and doing. I'll ask one question. It's too hard question, but I will choose who's going to the answer. The difference between the learning and the experiential learning. Let me choose. The difference between learning and experiential learning. I didn't expect there are a lot of pressure raised in each and every heart. Don't worry, I didn't pick up anything. I never choose. Somebody close the face. I never point out anybody. All are teachers and students also there. I'll give the answer. Don't worry. At the end of the session, you know about the difference between the learning and experiential learning, teaching and experiential teaching. So the basic, there are 10 points, simulations, the role-playing exercises. Nowadays students, children's faculties are having the activity from the LKG to the 12th standard. And then field trip. It's also available in the school. Service learning projects, collaborative projects. Projects is very important. for the experiential. Experience will speak your projects only, not for teaching and understanding the concepts. And problem-based learning. So this is very important point, the problem-based learning. We don't have that huge brain volume to learn everything in your mind. It is very, very difficult. What you need, that you can relevant, you can learn it. This is more than enough, but what you are going to learn, it should be very clear from the fundamental itself. It's very important. And then outdoor educations, games and simulation, it's all under that trips. And art-based activities, this is another one angle to think about the teaching and learning. So the simple introduction enhances the engagement, retention and practical skills. We are teaching to the students. Students doesn't know anything. From the A, capital letter, the small letter and everything you are giving to the students. Students keeping their mind and their reflection. But before that it was a blank. We are going to give. But the experience between the model, once you completed all the alphabets to the students for LKG or UKG, A to Z, how they are doing the practice in their home. Definitely mummy or daddy will do practice. They never do. They simply sitting. We are holding the hand and doing something. But without help, father and mother, students should do. That is the practical skills that we need to teach. I don't know how to, but we need to think about that. Right? The simple thing, how to think about the practical skills and give to the students. The CARDS experience learning cycle, it's already denoted. Concrete experience. Concrete experience. What is the concrete experience? It is standard. It is fixed. That is the concrete experience. Then reflective observations. Once you completed the work, we need to think about that whether the correct or not, or is it reflect the positively or negatively. What are all the possibilities are available? You need to think about it. We don't want to go for the single angle. When we have a 360 angle, we need to think about the lateral aspect, all the angles, whether the possible or not possible, or the feasible or not feasible. And abstract conceptualization. Without abstract, it's tangible. When you have a good outline of your work, then it will be a tangible. It's intangible. So there is difference between the conclusion of work. Then active experimentations. Somebody doing will the experiment. As they said, I am doing that experiment. It's not like. We need to involve more and more, and we need to expect the result, how it comes, before entering the experience, work. And the benefits of experiential learning. So it increase the motivations. Once you created one new thing, then you will get some idea and interest. First step, it will fail, then we will close up everything, then we will see some other work. That should not do. Thomas Alva Edison, you know that how many fails are reached. After that, he reached more victory. To be frank, I tell you, all the students and faculties, when you reach first step, definitely it will be fail. Immediately next second you feel happy. Yes, fail. Okay. So what to do next? That is what our mind should be. If we close that chapter, you never get anything. So that is the motivation in your mind is very important. and the development of critical thinking and solving the problems. How to think critically? We have a slide, I tell you, how to think critically. And real world applications problem. In Tiruchirappalli, not only the Tiruchirappalli, you have, I am in the Tiruchirappalli, I have the problem. I mingled with the collector, and the collector gave one project in our institution. I am one among this project. I am doing that project. That project will help the Coimbatore Corporation. The project is, there are more than 500 wards. Each and every ward, there are 10 to 11 street. Early morning, the corporation collecting all the scraps and everything. Biodegradable, non-biodegradable. But there are 600 vehicles, 600 drivers. They help us. 600 into 3, around 1,800 to 2,000 laborers are working in the Tiruchi Corporation for collecting the biodegradable and non-degradable wastage. It is very, very difficult to keep that small Tata Ace vehicle. Collector gave this project. I need to reduce the drivers and laborers, and we need to do something. And we need to split biodegradable and non-biodegradable. And we have planned. The volume of Tata Ace be compressed one small brick. Biodegradable, non-biodegradable separately. So one Tata Ace will collect more than 20 to 30 streets. This is what our project, almost we have 50% of project completed. Soon we will submit to the collector, so that may be implemented to all over the Tamil Nadu. So the things that how we are going to think and how to collect the presence needed of the society. Still we have so many problems. This is one small problem what we are facing. That real world applications, how we are going to choose and how you are going to think. If you want to think about the real world problem, to solving that problem, we need to study and we need to understand about the basic fundamental. If you know very well, then we can think about that, how to do the situations to solve these problems. So like that, we need to go for the hands-on training, the projects. And then simulates of role playing, we need to do 2 or 3 times, 4 times, then only you will get the idea. And then service learning and community projects, same under the category of the knowledge, how we are going to take the work. Let us have one small demo. I asked one question from the beginning, the experience, teaching, learning and experiential learning. Teaching and experiential teaching. This is, it's not easy. I really appreciate the LKG and UKG who taking the classes. It's really wonder. The teachers are God. Seriously, because 7th and 8th standard students somewhat know about the topic and everything. It is easy to hold. The first step, it's very, very difficult. He doesn't know anything. So the same, how to think, to write every alphabet to their mind. It's very difficult. Any one faculty, can you come here? Any one faculty. I didn't point out, don't worry. Don't get pressure. Any one faculty. It's very simple, not hard questions. Just you need to dictate one small diagram. Anyone? Give applause to the teacher. Dear faculties, have a paper, you can note it down. Teacher will teach you something.
Can I use my answer? Oh. Okay. You have to draw a shape. Just follow my instructions. Okay. First, take a paper and a pen. Follow my instructions. First, you have to draw a square. First, on the top left of the page, you have to draw a square. And on the right side of the drawing, a square, you have to draw a line. Okay, you have to connect to the another shape, so the line should touch the right side of the line. Okay, first you have to draw a square, and then on the right side of the square you have to draw a line, and you have to draw a circle. Okay, so on the top left side of the page you have to draw a square. Then next you have to draw a circle. You have to draw a connecting line between these two shapes, and again after the circle you have to draw a line. Are you following me? Okay, am I clear? Next you have to draw a triangle. You just connect the circle and triangle, and below that then you just focus on the square. Bottom of the square, you have to draw a line connecting to another rectangle shape in the center of the, next to the, in the first line you are having a square and then circle and triangle, and below that you have to draw a rectangle. You connect the square and the rectangle, and also you have to connect the triangle from the base to the right side of the corner of the rectangle. Okay, you have to connect the square from the bottom line to the corner of the rectangle of the left side, and again from the triangle you have to connect the line from the baseline of the triangle to the rectangle. And below that, below the rectangle you have to again draw, is this a rectangle, sir? And again, okay, below that you have to draw a rectangle. Okay. And again, circle. Again, next to the rectangle, you have to draw a circle. Okay. And in the center of the rectangle, you have to write, don't write anything. In the center of the rectangle, you have to write, don't write anything. And below, you are having another rectangle. In that rectangle, you have to write something. In the center, you are having a rectangle. In that rectangle, you have to write, don't write anything. And you are drawing another rectangle below the center rectangle. There you have to write something. And again, you have to draw a circle. In the circle, you have to write circle. In the circle, you have to, and then you have to connect the bottom corner of the rectangle to the another rectangle which you have drawn below, and you connect the right corner, bottom right corner of the rectangle to the circle which you have drawn below. Have you got the point? Okay. Dot. And you have to write thank you. First you didn't mention the time.
I really appreciate the teacher. They explained clearly what I mentioned here, but I'll show to the video what she explained, right? So this is what the difference between the experiential teaching and normal teaching. So we need to think about that, what they are doing. We need to think about that. We need to get answer from their eyes and the face recognition, whether they are doing right or not. So I'll show to video. Can Can you get it? Yeah, this is what the madam told. Who did? Anybody completed perfectly what I have in my paper? Yeah, 90% of, madam, please come, please come. 90% of the figure completed. Show to the video. Yeah. I really happy one experienced teacher is there in this school. All are experienced, but the at presence of mind, right? At present, how the teachers are doing. Good, ma'am. Very good, ma'am. Thank you. So, the idea represent how we are going to do and how to teach. The experiential teaching, we need to think about that. Where is left, what is that, and what is inside, what is the center, and how to draw. The line starts from where to where. Everything like that we need to teach to the students. You don't think about that whether they understand or not. You just strongly can give the fundamental. They have to start from there only, from this only. Like that you can give, definitely you will achieve that. And the case studies as well as analyze the real world problems and professional experience. The professional experience means meet the seniors peoples and experience already who have done the projects, and then a lot of programs like the conference. Without this conference we cannot do, right? And the ongoing feedback. And this is one geometry tool. What is that? Just 1 minute I will complete. Yeah, compass. This is you are teaching to the students. That is the teacher. But the experiential teacher, with that compass, what are all the polygons we can make? That we need to think about that. Compass only for making circle. But in that circle we have more polygons. All polygons within the circle. Why don't you use compass for making all the polygons? Compass for making circle. All the polygons inside the circle. Why don't you use for compass for making polygons? This is what the way to give the students. Students will think about using the compass for different aspect. It's clear. I did. So this is my one of the patent. I have completed more than 50 patents. Compass for making ellipse. This is I had done and I gave to the Nataraj company. Handover next 5 years you will get the compass in this compass in the Nataraj company box. Because students make anything just to give to the students. So this is official patent completed. So the things that what all you are learning and get the information and get the different angle to do something what you learned from the beginning. We are telling that only compass. But in that compass, what are all the possible to do? Just to think about that and give to the students. Students will think. Students have a wonder mind. Students will do wonder. Right. So the innovative idea, it's very, very important. The experiential learning, it's there in the innovative idea to give to the students. It's very important. The solutions, time constraints, always the time constraints, resource availability, and integrated activities, and collaborate with all organizations. Thank you. So, the understanding about the experiential learning, normal teaching and experiential teaching. Teaching is very basic things, but the experiential teaching, what the madam did and what the madam completed the work. So this is what the experience, whatever they're learning, right? We need to give the detailed fundamental and another angle aspect to the students. Students will get more idea and other innovative idea also. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful interactive session through activities. In your paper, you were explaining the experiential learning concept through Kolb's experiential learning circle. The first, concrete experience, where learners actively engage. Second, reflective observation, where they analyze their action. Third, abstract conceptualization, where they derive insights. And finally, active experimentation, where they apply their learning in new contexts. And you also explained the numerous benefits of this model, including improved knowledge retention, critical thinking, adaptability, and collaboration skill. And also outlined the strategies for its implementation, such as real-world connections, active learning techniques, reflection, and teamwork. Now it's time for discussion and questions. And you have 5 minutes for this. Feel free to ask your questions. Make your questions very short and to the point. Thank you.
Mic, please.
So thank you for this wonderful session.
Thank you, ma'am.
We do incorporate experiential learning in our classrooms, and the real-time problem that we are facing as teachers, I'd like to pose it to you. In a classroom, there are like many set of students. One is super smart, the other is like yet to bloom. So giving a lot of experiential projects, the real-time problem is how to incorporate all those kinds of learners in the same activity. So if we are giving different activities, then there comes the problem, time constraint. So how to solve it?
Ma'am, it's a good question because all the students are not same mind aspect. Sit down, please, ma'am. So, before entering the class, first the experiential teacher, what should do? For example, 10th standard, if you are going to the classroom, 2 days back or 3 days back or 1 week before, we need to get knowledge what they have done in the 9th standard. We need to segregate. Segregate means at present practically not. In your mind you can segregate. Students should be common. By experience I tell you, 20 years of experience my teaching, what I did, there are 55 students in my class. I gave 55 ideas to the students. According to that level of students, you can create the idea and give to them, they will do. In one latest and very hard idea, the students not at all possible to do. So we need to think about that, what their level and what they can do. Even small things we have innovative ideas. That we can give to the students definitely will do. According to that, we need to split the time constraint. The common one title to all the students is not at all possible. I can understand the situation, what the madam told, but we need to give more idea. We need to give the level of students. According to that level, we need to give the idea to students. Definitely students will do. Understand, ma'am? Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you once again, the given opportunity to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. It was really a wonderful session. And the way you addressed the audience question with such a clarity and depth was wonderful. And I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the participants who actively engaged by asking questions and sharing your valuable insights. This session on experiential learning has emphasized the importance of reflection and active participation in fostering critical thinking and adaptability. I encourage everyone to implement these principles in their personal and professional lives for the continued growth and success. Thank you all once again for your contributions and for making this session a grand success. Thank you very much.
One word of appreciation to Dr. Magesh. He is the person who goes to schools, if they are invited, to ignite the young scientist. Our sister concern, Chavara Vidya Bhavan student got patent. 7th standard boy got patent. He just came there to give a talk. He gave encouragement, and through that boy has done. So 7 to 10 boys, through his help, they got patent from Government of India. And some of the products which the students made are already with big branded companies. They have bought. So let's give him good rounds of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for imparting the values of learning through experiences.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before we step into the next presentation, we invite Teacher Prapti Gogai to introduce the moderator of the session.
Good afternoon all. It's an immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed moderator, Ms. Sangamitra C., who will be speaking about the most inspiring and relevant topic, that is next generation entrepreneur, preparing students for the workforce. Ms. Sangamitra is an accomplished educator holding a master's degree in English from the most prestigious college, that is Stella Maris College, which is in Chennai. So her commitment towards education has led her to serve as an assistant professor in the Department of English in the same institution for past 2 years. Now currently she is preparing for her civil service exam while working as a creative writing educator at the EduTech company. So Ms. Sangamitra is uniquely positioned to shed light how we can prepare our students to be more innovative and leaders in the tomorrow's world. So we are very glad to have her today with us. So with this, I would like to hand over the mic to ma'am. Thank you.
We invite Father Principal to honor the moderator of this session, Ms. Sangamitra, with a shawl and a book. Teacher Lizzie Johnson to present her the gift. And a student representative to offer her a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Father.
Well, I'd firstly like to thank Lisieux School and Reverend Father Joy Arakkal for inviting me to moderate today's session. Now, I would like to open the discussion with the words of an influential president of our generation, Barack Obama. And I quote, "In an economy where knowledge is the most valuable commodity, a person and a country have to offer the best jobs. Most valuable commodity a person and a country have to offer, the best jobs will go to the best educated." Through this, he emphasizes the importance of our education system adapting to the demands of the modern workforce. On this note, I would like to introduce the speaker of the hour, Mr. Dominic John, who's going to share his views on the topic, Next Generation Entrepreneurs, Preparing Students for the Workforce. Mr. Dominic John has had a 30-year-long inspiring career, and I would like to mention a few of the interesting positions that he has held. He has an MSc and MTech in electronics. In and onto his professional experience, he has been the project engineer in EID Paris India Limited, Chennai. He's been the senior marketing engineer in MAC Automation, Bangalore. He's also been the marketing manager in Base Automation, Chennai. He's been the machinery consultant in ELPAR Herbs, Malaysia. He's been the manager engineering solution in Base Control Tech, Sharjah, UAE. He's been the manager application engineering in Megatech Controls. He's been the industrial automation consultant in Otis Automation Systems, Coimbatore. And he's also the managing director of Bentech Automation at Chennai. And that's the position that he currently holds. I welcome you, sir, and I would also, and now the speaker will receive the honors.
We invite Father Principal to honor the speaker, Dr. Dominic John, with a shawl and a book. Teacher Deepak to present him the gift. And the student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father.
Over to you, sir. We're looking forward to an interesting session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joy Father, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I want to continue because there are many things to be addressed. Okay. Thank you for the gathering here. And this is the second time I'm coming here. Last year also I was here. Thank you, ma'am. Everyone have come here. All teachers have come here. The thing is, it's really wonderful because the same thing you can see, even you can sit in your home also when we relay this. And when you all are here, it's again to have a feel of a person. It's very important. That's what we say, like, feel good factor. I used to say feel good factor. It's very important. I take it in a very, very positive way of this because this is the time Father has given me of 20 minutes of time. For this 20 minutes of time, maybe I have not made a document of that. I went and visited some company. I want to meet different vertical people and get their feedback on this contest. So seed for the startups. What do you mean by startups here? Where is the start is coming? What do you mean by startup? Startups, in the sense starting a new company. Whether we want to talk this to the school children. Do it really need here? It's very vital it is. So the thought, the topic which has been given to me itself is a wonderful thing. And I taken it in a very positive way. And I start searching, not within me. I went around me and searched with many other people. And some of the things I've been made it here. I'll show you this. Next gen entrepreneurs. The word itself, entrepreneur, to the children or even to the teachers also, it's new. Have you ever heard this word inside of a school campus? Whether our children have heard this word? Anyone? Entrepreneur. I went to one company, the entrepreneur was saying that MD was saying that when I started this company only I came to know about entrepreneur itself. So that particular one we are feeding to our children, whether it is need. It's very important. And we'll see that focus on Zen Alpha. That's what we talk about. Zen Alpha student. What do you mean by Zen Alpha students? Zen Alpha students. Have you heard this name, Zen Alpha? Yes. So they are, what is the age, the Zen Alpha? Which age or which era this pass on? Anyone? Pardon? Anyone? Almost like the age of 8 to 14. This is what the age, okay? Age of 8 to 14 it is. So that is again like 2010 children to 2025. That's what they talk about, okay? So preparing the leaders of tomorrow with the skills and mindset to thrive in the ever-evolving world of entrepreneurship. It's very important. This program, designed to ignite the creativity and empower children's new ideas into impactful ventures. We all talk about making new ventures, new startups to the children. Whether it is possible, it's possible. Let us see. For that, this is what my journey I have taken. I went to all those places. On this contest, I have met few personalities and experienced their point of views. I met Mr. Palanisamy, who is the Dean of TVS Group, Polytechnic College in Chennai. And I met Doctorate T.K. Ravi, who is a principal of Ramakrishna Institute of Pharmacy here in Coimbatore. And Mr. Gopinath, who is the CEO of Base Automation Technology in Chennai. And I had a video conference with Dr. T.K. Rajesh, who is a gastroenterologist, who is in UK. No, he is in UK, but he did a degree in USA. And another Joby, who is a founder and CEO of Kiwi, who run an institute of chartered accountant in Chennai. And Mr. Sarvana Prakash, who is an MD of Ojas Automation System in Coimbatore. All the way, I want to feel good factor. I have not talked through phone. I want to meet them in person. And that's what you are all here. Meet, feel the difference. It's not that always we view. We talk about all AA and things like that nowadays. But feel is very important. The role of the teacher is very vital. Last year, we had many sessions. Whether we take away the teachers. This was the big question at the end of the session. How can it take him? It is a feel. That feel cannot be given by any AA or any mission. Cannot be given. It is to be given only by the teachers. It is the honorable one for all teachers. And don't get worried about it. But there are some methodology how to keep them intact. It's very important. Let us go through some of the things. He is the one, Palanisamy, who is the dean and of the TVS Polytechnic. I met him. This was his idea, like seed for startups. That's what he told, that words and all. And providing lifetime application oriented training for school students ensure that they gain the potential knowledge and skills that remain relevant throughout their life. It's a continuous process. Not it ends up with that. So it is we have to provide such an application oriented one, not that only onto the textbook. It should be an application oriented. Not many things we have to work on application. For that it is. And look here, teaching 100% content what is there in the book. Is it a good teacher? It was there in the earlier stages, but not now. It's not like that. So now that and all is over. Now look here, skills such as critical thinking. This is what we have to initiate them. That's all. We have to initiate them, all those things, critical thinking, collaborating, adaptability, technology literacy. Everything has to be taught to the children. It's very vital. We'll see that how it is possible, okay? Because we have some curriculum way of doing things. But how this is possible, let us see. And use tools like interactive apps and hands-on learning. Let us see. Solve real-world problems. That's what Mr. Magesh was talking about. Real-world problems using learned skills. Okay. For an example, like we all, most of them will be having some pet dogs in our home. So we'll be might be you are leaving the home for a week. Someone have to feed our pets. We can't take them. So how we can feed them? So we have to ask the neighbors or someone has to come and feed them. Might be your pet will not like that. For that, everyone, we have to be concerned on that. So what can we do? Not the parents can sit and think about it. Let the children, give that to the children. Let them think what that we can do. For a simple thing like, for an example, like, we can make a hopper for it. It is nothing but a vessel. In that you can able to have a gate to close that. And with the time base, you can think that your dog is going to have food only at one time the day. Which time also is there? Might be morning or afternoon. This we can able to program. And what we can do is we'll have a plate so that in that particular time the gate will get open, and what is the level, what is the quantity that your dog needs, that we can able to feed, it can close. So no one is needed to be monitoring that particular one. The dog also is free. We are also fed that particular one. We are not disturbed anyone. This and all small things, small problems which is there can be taught to our children, so that they can give, not that the elders can give the solution, but the children can give wonderful solution. That's what Magesh sir, he also have come across lot many things. You have the patent, I'll say about him the last day. Okay, come on here. So that's what, so give an example in that way. Innovative industry, bring industrial professionals and the educator workshop to our workshop. Give them some workshop, like bringing some industrial people. We don't, this and all happens somewhere in the colleges, not in schools. But why not at school? This also can be done. So this one, the thought process can be initiated. Don't immediately get into some subject. Whenever we take classes, immediately don't jump into the subject. Rather give some small idea. Get their attention first. If your attention is there with you, that's it. Then whatever you feed, it is automatically get into them. Okay? Give basic ideas with a simple application. Don't give some big applications and things like that. Give very simple application, but we have to think and get that. Plenty of things are there. We can give that and do it. Okay? And about the thing, when we talk about friction, we talk about friction. Okay, they take the class like, science, they are taking a class on friction. What is friction? What is friction? Everyone knows that there should be a surface, there should be another motion will be there. So in this floor, when we walk, there is a friction. Without friction, you can't walk. With friction only you can walk. So pour water into it. Let us ask them to walk. Pour oil. Let us see. They will have to feel. That's what I'm saying, that feel the factor. Feel the factor. Let them walk. Walk on the grass. What is the difference? Leave to them. You need not to give answers. They will come out of lot of answers. So what I'm saying is give some real-time examples and do practically and get the things done. So that's what it is. Questioning skills is very important. Questioning skills, because we doesn't want children to ask questions because our subject will not move. Not the subject should move. They have to get enough of knowledge on that particular one, not only onto that textbook. On that textbook is needed, but it has to be memorized in such a way that it has to be last for a long time. If you want, then obviously you should go with the practical session only. So in that way I'm saying, okay, so that they should allow them to ask questions. That is also is then. And talk about Mother Earth. And about the mother, because no one cares about Mother Earth. No one cares about the mother also. We all take granted. Children always take it granted. Not with father, but with mother, it will be granted. She have to do it. No. What is that? So that's all. Everything will be taken as granted, but ask them to think about it. What all is needed for us to, your earth, what is needed for them? How it is getting polluted? How you can able to enrich this particular. No, move from our subject to another one. Multiple segments, games, everything should come in equal thing, okay? So save Mother Earth by plantation and all. So that is what about he was talking about, okay? And I met Dr. T.K. Ravi. I told that he's a principal here in Coimbatore only. And his ideas like, holistic growth. This is very much needed. Children, this is what he was continuously talking about this. Children should study in a pressure-free environment. Pressure-free, he was always talking about pressure-free, almost 36 years of principal, he is there in the particular college. You might have met him or not. And he was talking about pressure-free environment. Let us create an enjoyable platform for the child rather than making us depressed. Because nowadays, even if you ask for first standard student or a second, they say, I'm depressed. What is the meaning of depressed? I too doesn't know. No, depression is happening even at the small age, they are saying they're getting depressed. Then we are totally depressed then. When you hear from this child about the depression, we can't face all those things. And we have to notice that particular one. We have to be focused on that. Proper direction to be given at the early age for the child, skill set. No, that's not. We always look only onto one aspect, such a way then, are you studying? What is there in my paper? When you go to some companies, they said, what is the numbers? They only do all corporate. They see only the numbers. Because I was in marketing and all, they always see the numbers. How you are getting, it's up to you. What is the numbers is needed. Same way, we are also on the same. As a parent, we see only what is that a number also then. What is the number you are getting there? Are you get satisfied on that? No, next time get into the good number. Not number, yeah. There are many things that they are best in everything. They lost their life. They lost even recently, last week, also I heard this particular one. My friend, she is. I'll talk about it in the last day. Look here, so don't only worry about the marks, what they get. See that what is the skill set my child is getting. It's more important. This is only one factor. Your marks is only one factor. When you come out of all schools and colleges, then they're always, even because I'm a trainer, an industrial automation trainer. For the last 18 years, I'm running one automation company. Training institute. And whenever I send my students to the company, they say only one thing. Sir, even if they are not that technical, it's okay, sir, but the attitude should be good, sir. I say, what attitude? Yeah. I am taking some training for a technical training, and how can I feed on attitude on that particular part? They are very much worried about attitude. The attitude cannot be framed within a month or a year. This has to be started at the earlier age itself. So attitude means how they are becoming a depression and everything, all because of the parents and might be teachers also. We can't blame children. Understand what I'm saying? So don't feel anything. It's a very practical session which has been undergone. Even if one child is failed for that particular one who passed away from this world because of us, is really a pathetic one only. So we have to honor in that way. Why my research have gone only for this 20 minutes, I have gone all the way and ran this is only because to know the feel, what is happening. It's not that I am saying this particular one. Throughout the people who are around us needs that particular one. So many students become sick. He was very much worried about it. Many students become sick more frequently, and parents' attention on health is very important. Yes, correct only. Waste management, again that is also free management in the sense it creates active brain and all. Sleep, he was talking about, you have to sleep 6 to 7 hours. Night, not day. Okay. Nowadays, children are sleeping at the daytime, 6 to 7 hours. Not that daytime they have to sleep, or the night they have to sleep. Okay. That's very important. And he was saying that is the rhythm has to be brought down. That's what he is saying, And so that early morning to wake. Early morning, then only they will be able to wake up. So more than that, in our schools we can conduct innovative clubs or leadership skills development. We can able to create. Some clubs also can be done for this. Then awareness on adequate information on drugs. Yes, this is a big throughout the world, or we can talk about our Tamil Nadu or something. drugs plays a very big role. He was very much concerned on that particular one. So we have to, children should know what is drugs and what is that and what is the consequence of that particular one. So this also we have to educate them. Many children are exposed to drugs and peer pressure at the young age itself. Harmful drugs leads to the student poor judgment, accidents, bad health, trouble in schools or in relationship. Addition to harm, it harmful. This everything that we know that creates safe space where children feel comfortable discussing drugs or peer pressure. Discussing with the parents is also more important, or with the to the teachers. They also should come out, because we are unable to find this particular one. But what happens for this, we are making so. Why? Because children are not open to teachers and even to parents also. Encouraging saying no to anyone that doesn't understand or think it is unsafe, because that also they are reluctant to say no. So that also they should know that when to say no. So that's more important. Oh my goodness. And he was saying this particular one, teachers should create a curiosity in kids. In future, people can own things. Yeah, people should own things. Very good working in some places. Americans are good in managing. Indians are good in working with others. But they are good in managing people. The managing skills has to be developed in our saying. Because we are very good in working. Wherever you are, we are very good in very intellectual, what is very creative, everything is done. But we keep working for others. That is a mentality what we have, Oh, this is, I think I have gone to this session, This is, 1 second. I don't know where it is. I have gone in the wrong way. 1 second, sorry. Can you please go back? Okay. My goodness. First bell I already ran. Okay. Previous to this. He is a CEO of Base Automation Technology. Gopinath. His views was, this was a very good thing. We need good employer rather than good employee. That's what we are talking about, all about, and entrepreneurs is nothing but employer is needed. So that's what they are talking about, So for this one day I was talking about Indians are this thing and all, fine. Dream big and start small. Dream big but start. And when you dream big, it should be, a dream should be in such a way that everyone should make fool out of it. They should say then what dream it is. So we also, in the earlier days, one person was saying to go to moon and all. Everyone laughed at him only. So the thing is, let people laugh at you when you have a dream. That is a real good dream it is. For that we have to work for that particular one. Learn how to learn. Learn how to learn. That is a very vital one. Teaching students how to learn is a vital skill that empowers them to become independent and lifelong learners. Encourage students to set smart that they can attain that. Finish it, go for the next one. For that, we should have that type of things also is much needed. Encourage method like self-questioning, summarizing and teaching others. It's very important. Promote hands-on learning. Build. This is okay. That's what I was having a video conference with him. He's a Dr. Rajesh. I told that gastroenterology 1 second. He said that one thing I was very happy to talk to him. He was saying that job is my joy. He feels that, but he is again a senior. He used to come to GEM Hospital here. He's a senior, consultant here. Prepare the children through knowledge in basics. That's very important. That's what he is saying. Basics, and he's from Coimbatore only. He studied in Coimbatore, And almost he have 26 to 30 years of experience. Knowledge in basics. Clear time allotment for the studies and sports, and motivate students to give up and to find good friends also, And he was saying this also, work is the only happiness. That's what he was saying. Work is the only happiness. I'm just rushing up. And he's again a founder and a CEO of Kiwi. And he's running a chartered accountant institute there. Explain AI. Oh God, one second. And he's Mr. Sarvana Prakash, MD of Ojja's Automation System, Coimbatore. And this is what I wrote, 20 rupees to 20 crores. And his journey, he was talking today's scenario, everyone, we are talking about all schools are narrowed down to have a skill development and all. Text skills and robotic coding, Python, electronics, artificial intelligence, everything is there. But develop the entrepreneurship is very important. This all we keep working for others. But make a skill development onto entrepreneurship. That is very vital here. And you can able to talk in global, when we talk about Google or OpenAI, Microsoft, Apple, and all these people started with a very small level and they have achieved such a height. Okay. And we know here at the other personality here, a successful entrepreneur, our Ratan Tata, who passed away recently. Not only engineering, engineering, our students should know about entrepreneurship, but the students also should know. Right after, you should have entrepreneurship in the sense, when we talked earlier, so now someone after college itself, they are jumping into an entrepreneurship and doing some business. No, it's not like that. Understand it, get an experience to minimum 3 to 5 years of experience, then enter into it. That will be an ideal way of doing it, not immediately jumping into it also. And I was talking about, this particular one, sorry, I went back, one second. Look here, the word I was written here, 20 rupees to 20 crores. It's nothing but, he have been in Coimbatore only he have done. You have gone to the school at the 8th standard, he used to go to, at the leave, he used to go to some company and work there. They used to give 20 rupees. And this 20 rupees a day, for this he collected for the next year. Next year he want to buy the books. For that he collected and had. And now he's running a company for the last 15 to 18 years. And he's having a 20 crores of turnover now. And why I made this quote here is because at that young age he started. The worries he had, that everything have been, and now he is, he has some engineers not less than 50 engineers they have. 50 engineers in a 50 family. Right, understand? So, what I want to say is, entrepreneurship is very much vital. And look here, I will show. Conclusion is, entrepreneurship is whether you want to build a startup or lead projects or make difference in community, but entrepreneurship skill is your key to success. Okay, and thank you for giving this wonderful time. Thank you, Mr. Domini.
Please take a seat. Mr. Domini has highlighted very important things in his session. He's definitely talked about shaping minds of Zen Alpha and preparing them for the needs of tomorrow's work culture. He also suggests that students should have more exposure to social skills and real-time engagement with businesses. And he certainly does draw a spotlight to the significance of work-life balance for students, who are the future entrepreneurs. Now the floor is open to questions. Would anyone in the audience like to ask Mr. Domini anything? If there are no questions, I would like to ask him something. Father, yes. Please give him a mic.
Sorry, well presented, sir.
Thank you. I
think you have covered up a lot of information and also to be implemented in a school campus. You are focusing on the skill development for the students, right, sir? Skill development for the students.
Yes, I do.
And even now, there's the new NCF, National Curriculum Framework. they are giving more focus on this concept of giving the skill development of the students. But do we have that opportunity in the present day school campus? Even though we have a few like that, what you mentioned about the AI or maybe the coding or the new generation programs, but we should first of all to find out the aptitude of the student. It is not that the Zen Alpha program alone that you have to give to the students. But what about to find out the aptitude of the students and to give the opportunity for the students to find out their skills in the school years itself? I think there are a lot of limitations in it.
Yes,
do you find out any means that we can find out the best way that we can train our children or to focus the children? What are the skills they have to develop in their career itself, even from the school ages itself?
Yes, surely, sir.
Thank you.
Surely, Father. As rightly said, Father. The thing is, it's again purely depends upon the management. It's purely depend upon the management how they look into it. If the management sees that, yes, it's important for my children, the management should not see the other school what they're doing. But the management should see that what is that my children should get. If you're focused, then you know that this is also main part that my child should learn this. If there is enough of time, because hardly for 4-5 years I'm working on this particular one, and most of in our schools also we have done this also, even in Punamalli, even in Chavra school also we have done. We have created I used to say one thing, every school have a library, but no one have a lab. And the lab is there for the 10th and 12th standard students, open for an hour for that particular student, and that is not as needed. It has to be open from morning to evening. Because then only he can go and practice. There is no equipment that he can able to do in a home. And their library I can able to create in my home. Multiple books I can able to buy. Even I can able to share things. But not the equipments what I want. And that will be only in the school or in a college. And that we have been kept it closed. Then how children will learn? If you want that to be learned, it has to get opened. If that is there are many changes is there. And we did that particular one also. And that is the reason in Chavra school, there are 7 patterns which has been taken. And this is all the effort which has been taken from a long back for 5 years. Sir. And he is the personality who is sitting in front of us. And he guided us. And we are able to make that particular one. We have a place where many equipments are there. Whatever they want to think. Not only on electronics or electrical or things, no. Anything they want to have, they can explore that. For that, we have to have a platform. That's what I'm saying. Management, if they want, it can be done. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions?
I thought to bring the child here, but today they have an exam. Otherwise, I might have brought them here. I spoke to them. I have a regular contact with them also.
So if there are no more questions, I think mine will be the last. So I have one question for you. So in our country, entrepreneurial skills or startup culture as we call it, are concentrated in big cities. For example, Bangalore. What do you think has to be done in order to bring such interest or cultivate such skills in students so that they explore opportunities in tier 2, tier 3 cities or even the rural areas?
Okay, what you want to ask is, in rural areas, how this can be done?
Entrepreneurial skills.
Yes. No, now only we are hearing about entrepreneur in the schools itself. Okay, the word entrepreneur. Why not? There is no bifurcation between rural or a place like Bangalore or Mumbai. The children are open to all. We have lot of barriers. We think that they doesn't know. We have to go in front. We have to take initiative and do it. That is what. If you go to rural, who's going to pay for us? The paying is main part here. Understand what I'm saying? So who have that attitude to do service for them and do it? That is not there. So they are missing it. And here, they're paying so that people come. That's it.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you so much. Now we're at the end of our session. And I would like to thank everyone, starting from the speaker, Mr. Dominic Drawn, and all the guests who are sitting here, and particularly the audience for being so attentive. So I believe we will be continuing with the next session after a break.
Thank you. Thank you for all sitting so silent. Thank you. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, sir. We are much delighted to inform you that we will be publishing the insights from this year's conclave in January. Also, we have compiled and published the insights from last year's papers in book form.
Now it's time for lunch break. Lunch is arranged in Yoga Hall. Our volunteers will guide you to the designated area where the lunch is arranged. We kindly request you all to be in auditorium back.
Dear participants, kindly wait in the hall until the delegates move out for lunch.
Dear participants, we have kept the food coupons inside your bag. Kindly take the food coupons while leaving for lunch.
And remember, you have a wonderful time to spark your brains with various exhibitions around. Kindly do visit even those exhibitions and encourage all the participants of the various exhibitions. Thank you so much. There's something even from the Japanese exhibition is there, dealing with happy signs. Audience, there are various
So, we are all moving to a mind-blowing, entertaining session where the sand artist will pick a random person, recreate it as a sand portrait. Get ready to be picked. Gear yourselves for a surprise. Welcome you all back to the afternoon session. Hope you all had a relishing lunch. It's human nature to doze off after a meal. So, we are moving on to a mind-blowing entertaining session where the sand artist will pick a random person, recreate it as a sand portrait. Get ready to be picked. Gear yourselves for a surprise. Art is not just what we see, but what we feel. Colors are the smiles of nature. Hope you all are energetic after your lunch. Please maintain silence. The sand artist, known for turning everyday moments into extraordinary memories, with an uncanny ability to pick a random face from a crowd and recreate it as a sand portrait in just 5 to 10 minutes. His purpose is as inspiring as his talent to spread happiness and bring smiles to those around him. Adding another layer of creativity, he combines his artistic flair with dance, delivering live performances that are as mesmerizing as they are unique. We welcome Mr. Akhil Sri Kumar. He is known for turning everyday moments into extraordinary memories with an uncanny ability to pick a random face from a crowd and recreate it as a sand portrait in just 5 to 10 minutes. We request our principal to honor Mr. Akhil Sri Kumar with a shawl. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, and here we go.
अभी मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी, जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा हूँ मैं तो अभी। कुछ ऐसी लगन इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा। धूप में जलते हुए तन को छाया पेड़ की मिल गई, रूठे बच्चे की हंसी जैसे फुसलाने से फिर खिल गई। कुछ ऐसा ही अब महसूस दिल को हो रहा है, बरसों के पुराने जख्म पे मरहम लगा सा है। कुछ ऐसा रहम इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
संभाल के दादा, चलती हूँ। अब कब मिलेंगे?
जब तू कहे तब।
परसों स्कूल के बाद आती हूँ।
ठीक।
ये बाय काली।
बाय। जंगली रमी का वर्ल्ड रमी टूर्नामेंट।
All brighten up your smiles. We don't know who's the one who's going to be on the frame there. So many beautiful girls and handsome boys. So broaden your smile. Thak thak. We don't know who's on the board there. Be ready.
नहीं जीना तेरे बाजू, नहीं जिया, नहीं जिया, नहीं जीना तेरे बाजू, नहीं जिया, नहीं जिया, नहीं जीना तेरे बाजू, नहीं जिया, नहीं जिया, नहीं जीना तेरे बाजू, नहीं जिया, नहीं जिया। मैं तैनू समझावा कि ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी, मैं तैनू समझावा कि ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी, तू की जाने प्यार मेरा, मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा, तू दिल तू यो जान
समझावां कि ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी मैं तन्नू समझावां कि ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी मेरे दिल ने चुन लिया ने तेरे दिल दिया रहा तू जो मेरे नाल तुरे ता तुर पे मेरी आसा जीना मेरा है हुण है तेरा की मैं करा तू कर एतबार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी मैं तन्नू समझा
He was pointing at someone at the
ना
back.
तेरे बिना लगदा जी
वे चंगा नैयों की ताबीरा वे चंगा नैयों की ताबीरा दिल मेरा तोड़ के वे बड़ा पछताया खा वे बड़ा पछताया खा नाल तेरे जोड़ के
The secret is going to be open now.
तेनू छड़ के किथे जावां तू मेरा परछावा तेरे मुखड़े विच ही मैं तां रब नू अपने पावां मेरी दुआ है सजदा तेरा कर दे सदा तू सुन इकरार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी
मैं तन्नू समझावां कि ना तेरे बिना लगदा जी
ट्रेंड ट्रैकर के साथ हम ला रहे हैं और भी पावरफुल
Akhil, you're breaking many people's heart here and their brains are racking. Please hurry up and reveal who is there on the blackboard.
तन्नू इतना मैं प्यार करां एक पल विच साबार करां तू जावे जे मैनू छड़ के मौत दा इंतजार करां कि तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके मुझको जाना है कहाँ के तू ही सफर है आखिरी
कि तेरे बिना जीना मुमकिन नहीं ना देना कभी मुझको तू फासले मैं तुझको कितना चाहती हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके
तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके तेरी और मुझको लेके चले ये दुनिया भर के सब रास्ते मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है तुझ पे ही सांस आके मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके
So the countdown has started. Can anyone guess who it is? Can you all identify who is it? From here, it's so beautiful. Some two beautiful images. God knows whose is it. He's doing the final calculations.
Calm your mind with chakra-based meditation.
You're racking our brains.
Calm your mind with chakra-based meditation
and our
music.
hearts are pounding.
Sarigama Karwa Wellness.
You're increasing most of the audience heartbeat. Most of them are wondering, is it theirs?
அடிப்பாதையில தாவி ஓடுறேன், அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுறேன். சந்தன மாலை அள்ளுது மாலை வாசம் ஏறுது, என் கிளி மேல சங்கிலி போல சேர தோணுது. சக்கரால சொக்குது ஆல மால மாத்த மாம வரட்டுமா?
Sometimes it could be you, you're guessing.
மணியே சாதனிசா கனிசா மாக மாக சாதனிசா கதசா தாபக சகக சிதசா. வழியில பூத்த சாமந்தி நீயே, விழியில சேர்த்த பூங்கொத்து நீயே. அடியே அடியே பூங்கொடியே, கவல மறக்கும் தாய்மடியே. அழகே அழகே பெண் அழகே, கரையில் நடக்கும் தேரழகே. நிழலாட்டம் பின்னால.
Wow, that's the spirit.
நான் ஓடி வந்தேனே ஒரு வாட்டி என்ன பரமா. ஒத்தாய
Wow, educators, all singers, great.
அடிப்பாதையில தாவி ஓடுறேன், அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுறேன். ஒத்தாயடிப்பாதையில தாவி ஓடுறேன், அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுறேன். சந்தன மாலை அள்ளுது மாலை வாசம் ஏறுது, என் கிளி மேல சங்கிலி போல சேர தோணுது. சக்கரால சொக்குது ஆல மால மாத்த மாம வரட்டுமா? மணியே சாதனிசா கனிசா மாக மாக சாதனிசா கதசா தாபக சகக சிதசா. வழியில பூத்த சாமந்தி
I think so, it's a little girl right in
விழியில
front.
சேர்த்த பூங்கொத்து நீயே. அடியே அடியே பூங்கொடியே, கவல மறக்கும் தாய்மடியே. அழகே அழகே பெண் அழகே, கரையில் நடக்கும் தேரழகே. நிழலாட்டம் பின்னால நான் ஓடி வந்தேனே ஒரு வாட்டி என்ன பரமா. ஒத்தாயடிப்பாதையில தாவி ஓடுறேன், அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுறேன்.
Real and real meeting together. What a meeting point.
பலமுறை நீயும் பார்க்காம போன இரும்புக்கு மேல துருவென உசிர உனக்கே நேர்ந்து விட்ட. இருந்தும் நெருங்க பயந்துகிட்ட. உயிரே உயிரே என் உயிரே
Hi all. Hello. Okay, first of all, I'm very thank you. இங்கே வந்து உங்கள் முன்னாடியே இந்த ஆர்ட் பண்ணுறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். அதில் எனக்கு சான்ஸ் கொடுத்த டீனா மேம் ரொம்ப தேங்க்யூ. உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் பிடிச்சிருந்தா இந்த ஆர்ட் எப்படி? ஸோ இது நான் என்னுடைய ஒரு 6 year எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் தான். ஏற்கனவே நான் இங்கே கோயம்புத்தூரில் செஞ்சுட்டோம். பட் காலேஜில் இந்த ஸ்கூல் மாதிரி அங்கே ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் தான். ஆடியன்ஸ் நீங்கள் எல்லாம் ரொம்ப சப்போர்ட் தான், ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். இப்போது இதில் எனக்கு ஒரு சேட்னஸ் என்னன்னா, எல்லாரையும் சர்ப்ரைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆசை இருக்குது. பட் அட் தி டைமில் நமக்கு 2 பேரை தான் முடியும். அதான் அப்போ இனியும் ஏதாவது ஸ்டேஜில் வேதியில் பார்ப்போம். உங்களுக்கு நான் சர்ப்ரைஸ் கொடுக்கும். என்னுடைய இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் தி கலர்ஸ் ஆஃப் லைஃப்னா நான் ரேண்டம் பீப்புள்ஸை மீட் பண்ணி அவருக்கு சர்ப்ரைஸ் கொடுக்கும். அதான் என்னோட ஹாப்பினஸ். யூடியூப்பில் அகில் ஸ்ரீகுமார் வ்ளாக்ஸ். அப்போது ரொம்ப தேங்க்யூ. கொஞ்சம் பிஸியாக தான், அதெல்லாம் சீக்கிரம் போகணும். பெங்களூரில் ப்ரோக்ராம் இருக்குது. ரொம்ப உங்களை எல்லாரும் கூட கொஞ்சம் கூட என்ஜாய் பண்ணுறது ஆசை இருக்குது. பட் டைம் இல்லை. அதான் அப்போ எல்லோரும் இந்த வீடியோ நான் அப்லோட் பார்க்கணும், சப்போர்ட் பண்ணணும். அப்போ தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். அதான் ஓகே மேம்.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akil. We invite Father Varghese Manyali to honor Mr. Akil Sri Kumar with a shawl. Father Principal to present him the gift. And a student representative to present him a sapling.
Thank you, fathers. Thank you, sir.
ஸோ என்னோட தமிழ் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் புரிஞ்சுச்சா? ஓகேவா? ஸோ வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை, நான் டப்பிங் விஜய் ஃபேன்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. தளபதி ஃபேன்ஸ் எந்த இருக்கு? ஓகே, நான் விஜய் வாய்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இந்த தமிழ் எல்லாம் படித்தது. அப்போது விஜய் மாதிரி பேசுனா எனக்கு தமிழ் நல்லா வரும். அப்போ உங்களுக்காக ஒரு சின்ன மெசேஜ் விஜய் சார் வாய்ஸில் சொல்கிறேன். ஓகே, அதோட என்ன? அப்போது எங்கள் முன்னாடி பேசுகிறது இனி விஜய் சார் தான்.
ஹாய், இங்கே எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கங்க. எப்படி இருக்காங்க எல்லோரும்? நல்லா இருக்காங்களா? அப்புறம் இங்கே வந்ததில் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷங்க. உங்களை பார்த்ததில் ரொம்ப இங்கே தமிழ் மக்களை, அம்மா அப்பா தங்கச்சி எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப அவ்வளோ பாசம் வச்சுருக்காங்க உங்களை மேலே. அப்புறம் உங்களுக்காக ஒரு சின்ன மெசேஜ் கொடுக்குறாங்க. நம்ம ஏதோ வண்டியில் ஏறி நினச்ச இடத்துக்கு போக முடியாதுங்க. நமக்கான ட்ரெயின் வரணுன்னா நம்ம கொஞ்ச நேரம் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் நின்று தான் ஆகணும். அவ்வளோதாங்க, அவ்வளோதான் மேட். கில் தம் வித் யுவர் சக்ஸஸ், வரி தம் வித் யுவர் ஸ்மைல். ரைட்டுங்களா? எல்லாரும் வெறித்தனமாக இருங்க. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you, sir. Moments may have ended, but your standard memory will last forever. We are moving on to the first paper presentation of the afternoon session. We invite Teacher Rinki Devi to introduce the moderator.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here today. I am pleased to introduce Dr. P. Sindhuza, an outstanding educator whose career reflects her dedication to teaching, research and technological innovation. She completed her BE degree at Bharatiya University, ME in Computer Science and Engineering, PhD in Information and Communication Engineering from Anna University, Chennai. With more than 17 years of teaching experience, she leads the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the United Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. She is an active member of International Associations of Engineers and a life member of ISTE. As the moderators of today's panels on artificial intelligence and digital transformation, she will expertly guide our discussions, encouraging insightful dialogues among our esteemed panelists. Please join me in welcoming Dr. P. Sindhuza. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
We request our principal to honor Dr. P. Sindhuja with a shawl. And a book. Teacher Lizzie CM to welcome her with a gift. And our student representative to offer her with a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Father.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pride and privilege to be present here. And I thank the Almighty Father for giving me this opportunity. And a special thanks to Lisieux School, for providing me with this opportunity. Special thanks to my friend, my dearest friend, Mary Tina. Thank you, girl. And I'm very happy to introduce today's presenter. This is like introducing Dhoni to CSK team. Yes, I'm introducing the correspondent here. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce an exceptional educational leader, visionary administrator, and dedicated mentor, Dr. Shaju Varghese P. With an illustrious career spanning over 24 years, Dr. Varghese has transformed the educational landscape, leaving an indelible mark on institutions, students, and educators alike. His journey is a remarkable story of excellence, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to holistic education. Dr. Varghese holds an impressive array of qualifications, including a PhD in education, 2 master's degrees, an MEd, and a NET certification. His extensive academic background reflects a deep commitment to lifelong learning. He has served in esteemed positions as principal, vice principal, and director at renowned institutions such as Christ ICSE School in Bangalore, Mount Carmel International School in Erode, and most recently, Lisieux School of Education. At each institution, Dr. Varghese has been a transformative force. At Christ ICSE School, where he managed over 4,000 students and 300 faculty members, his leadership resulted in a 100% pass rate in public examinations. He initiated various programs like international student exchanges to Singapore and Malaysia. He launched the top 10 scholarships and introduced the Best Class in the Campus Award. Dr. Varghese's contributions have earned him numerous accolades, including the prestigious Best District Principal Award by the Science Olympiad Foundation and the Trendsetter in Education Award. He has also received the Social Action Award for Excellence in Health Awareness and Humanitarian Service and was nominated for the Rex Karmavir Global Fellowship Award. He is a champion of educational innovation. He has introduced cutting-edge technologies in schools, including smart board training for teachers. He has developed a progress report generation program using C language, and he has successfully implemented in schools. His commitment extends beyond academics into community service. He has organized social awareness programs, relief efforts, and environmental campaigns. Dr. Varghese has actively involved students in social service centers, encouraging values of empathy and responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride I introduce and celebrate this remarkable individual. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to the distinguished Dr. Shaju Varghese.
We request our principal to honor our correspondent with a shawl.
That was quite a long one.
Yes, you've done so much.
And a book. Teacher Tirumurugan to welcome him with a gift. And a student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, fathers.
Good afternoon. That was quite a long, introduction. Thank you very much. See, my presentation is titled as AI, Machine Learning and Digital Transformation in Education, Empowering the Classrooms of Tomorrow. There was a study conducted by Oxford Martin School in 2016. They conducted the study, and the research report says 30% of the jobs that will be available in 2030 does not exist today. That means, as educators, as a teacher trainees or teachers working in different schools, it is our duty to equip or empower the students for an uncertain future. We do not know what will be the job opportunities after training our students for 10 to 12 years or even 14 years. When you send them out of the school, we do not know what will be the nature of jobs available when they enter into the world. This AI, artificial intelligence, has surged into Indian context very recently. To be precise, in 2022, with the introduction of ChatGPT, from OpenAI organization, we all start talking about artificial intelligence. And recently, the developments that has occurred in artificial intelligence has tremendously changed the educational scenario. We human beings have the capacity to understand the communication between each other, analyze it, interpret it, reason it, and take a solution to it, find a solution to it. Actually, this is the process artificial intelligence is doing. Artificial intelligence is nothing but equipping the machines to think like a man, a human being, act like a human being, and take a decision of their own. That is what actually doing in the machine learning. So my structure will be, due to the time constraints, my structure will be, I'll be just explaining a little bit about artificial intelligence, how it works, and what is machine learning, and what is digital transformation in education. Now, artificial intelligence, it focuses on creating systems and machines capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. That is to say, as human beings, we have the capacity to understand a situation, understand a conversation, analyze it, find a solution for it, and interpret it or communicate with the user. All these activities are done by the systems and machines. So that is why it takes, and these tasks include natural, natural learning, then patterns, solving complex problems, making decisions, and learning from the data. Now, it is nothing but a simulation of a human intelligence in machines. So you should understand these processes, natural language, it understands, and the patterns in the communication between, the machine and the individual or the human being, it analyzes and finds out. And it takes, most importantly, it makes decisions, learning from the data. That is the capacity of artificial intelligence. There are two types of artificial intelligence. One is known as narrow artificial intelligence, which means, the machines are trained to answer or to do a particular task. Now just say, the question answer, answering machines. If you ask all the all types of questions, it may not answer you. What is particular to that particular area of knowledge only it can generate. That is called narrow AI. General AI or strong AI, it is designed to handle multiple tasks. Now just say, human can understand, learn, and adapt across a wide range of tasks. Multiple tasks. Now just a self-driven car, it is using very strong AI, because it takes a lot of data or things into consideration. Now researchers are progressing in this field. What I learned, 2 months back is outdated now. New knowledge is every day it is emerging. And why this sudden boom in artificial intelligence in India? The first reason is there is a significant improvement in computing power and data storage capacities. There is a significant one. When I purchased the first computer in Coimbatore, in 93, it was some 83,000 cost. And you can give a command to that one and you can go and have a cup of tea, then come back. Then only you will get the thing. It was too slow. Even the storage one, you have the big floppy. Now you have that small pen drive or something which can store trillions of data, So that improvement has changed the, AI systems. Now the growth of internet, social media and other digital technologies have led to the accumulation of vast amount of data. There is a lot of data, every second is, accumulated. So these data can be used to train the artificial intelligent machines. So with the presence of that and advances in AI and research. Now just say this is called deep learning. Just I shall tell you one example. The cat chased the mouse. Simple example you are giving to the machine. How does the machine understand which is subject, which is article, which is object, and which is the verb? That is the technology used by the deep learning. A deep learning is a process known as transformers. You have the GPT, chat GPT, generative, generative pre-trained transformer. So a transformer is nothing but a neural, architecture. The connectivity, how the brain stores the data in our brain. That is done by neurons. Each neurons get connected to it, and that is how they identify the data. So these transformers use a technique called self-attestation. It gives weightage for each word, and that is how they develop which is the subject. They identify in a particular sentence which is the subject, which is the object, and which is the verb, and etc. So its development has caused the advancement in artificial intelligence. Now, advancement in natural language processing. Earlier, I will come little later, earlier, to make the computer work, you have to program it. Program means, there is a set of syntax, there is a set of what you call keywords. You have to learn that keywords, and you have to program it, write the whole program, run it and see it is error free. Then you feed it into the computer, it will give you. So it can be done only by the experts or those who systematically learn the language. See, I have made a small program to run the activities of the school, progress report generation program. That time I was using Fox Pro. Now it is not at all in the scene. Then I used Clipper. Then I used VB. Then come to C+. With that, the whole thing is over from my part. So what I am telling is, natural language processing is, you, as if you are talking in your colloquial language, you can communicate with the machine. AI is capable of understanding what you are communicating. You need not, need not be explicitly programmed. So you can very naturally, using your natural language capacity, you can perform it. So that is another advancement. Now, the ability of artificial intelligence to understand and interpret human language. Even in local languages, the machines can understand your instructions. There is an app developed by, it is called ELLO, E-double-L-O, ELLO. You give the command, the artificial intelligence will make you a video and give you. You cannot imagine the strength of it, You give in your local language and you keep giving instruction to what type of symbols you want or what type of video you want. This app is capable of creating a video, text to video. It can be created. Okay, that is the ability of this. The ability of AI to understand and interpret a human language. Now, what is machine learning? Machine learning, this is one of the speciality of artificial intelligence, right? It is a subset of AI, artificial intelligence, learn from data and improve from their performance without being explicitly programmed. This is what I told you, whatever data is fed into the computer, it can identify and rectify the reply that it is given. So the more you train the computer, the more will be the result, or more perfect will be the result. Okay, that is the ability called machine learning. Now we have the next one, natural language processors. So this is the capacity of the AI to understand, interpret, and generate human language. As a human being, how do we understand the communication in a different language? That can be the same manner the computer can understand and interpret. That is called a natural language. So it is done through a process called text processing, sentiment analysis, and named entity recognition and language modeling. These are technical terms. Just for an example, I shall tell you. Sentiment analysis is mostly used in feedback forms. So, what is the feedback? The sentiment of the customer when they give the feedback. They say it is very bad or satisfied. The computer can understand the mood of the customer and they can analyze the thing. Or you can just say named entity recognition. This is certain words are representing or certain words are denoting a particular sentiment. Now just say help. We know what is the meaning of it. It is already fed into that one. So that is why when you browse through the internet, the moment you feed, the word help, or what you call, or assistance, something related words if you give, it will immediately ask you, can I help you? So that is how they are doing it. Okay. Now we have the third one, generative pre-trained transformer. That is what is called the chat GPT. GPT stands for generative pre-trained transformer. So it is generative, it can generate by itself, and the more you train them, the more will be the accuracy of the result. And the transformer is the technique how they understand what you are feeding to the computer. Okay. Now it is developed using deep learning techniques and large scale data sets, allowing them to generate coherent and contextually relevant text responses. That means, you ask one question, it will not give you any irrelevant answer. It will be giving you very coherent and contextually relevant answers. Now, digital transformation. What I mean by digital transformation? Digital transformation refers to the integration of digital technologies and tools into all areas of education. Now we have the AR and VR, augmented reality and what you call virtual reality. That, maybe some of the teachers may be using it. Now the fundamental concept in artificial intelligence is called pattern matching. Artificial intelligence works on three what you call pattern matching. One is of text, the other of numbers, and the third one is behavior. Now if I tell you one example, numbers, cloudy mornings often lead to rainy afternoons. If 10 customers say it is yes, computer understands whenever there is a cloudy morning, it is most likely to rain in the afternoon. It understands and it interprets in that way. Or just, can detect numerical trends and correlations with the data sheets. This is how they use it in stock markets. Big amount of data sheets they can analyze and they can predict which one will go up in the coming near future or next day, and they can analyze the trends. Now just to see this, you give this one what you call odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7. We know it is multiplied by 2. I mean not multiplied, added by 2. Okay. If you gave this one prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13 or 17, next number will be 19. That means prime number, maybe the math teachers will understand this better. It can be divided by either by 1 or by the same number. You cannot divide by any other digits with a reminder. You cannot do it. Okay. Now you come to the text. Think of AI like a smart reader that understands what certain words or phrases usually mean. This is given, in the what you call customer care ones. The moment you keep searching, especially in Amazon or item, would you like to buy? So that is how they think and react. Now behavior. This is the best one for Amazon product, Once you, people who bought this book also often buy a certain type of pen. It can analyze the one and give you suggestion, that is what about the behavior. Now key capabilities of AI. You can automate any work in the office or in the school. Natural language processing, you can do, communicate with the computer in the natural language. Machine learning, it can learn by itself from the data that is fed into the computer. Then computer vision, it can visually. Now just see in the, here in Father Principal's room, there is a face recognition equipment. The moment you go, it recognizes, analyzes your face. Or if you go to the airport, there is Digi Yatra. The one is there. You just go and stand. Nothing else you have to do. Just go and start. It will allow you inside. That is computer vision. And you have the decision making and optimization. Maybe, if a doctor taking the MRI report, The computer can analyze that one and give you the suggestions, what could be the problem, and guide the doctor. That way you can do that. Data analysis and insight extraction, in the stock market, because of the variations in the stock listed, numbers, they can interpret what will be the future of it. Now, creative capabilities, I told you, you can give oral instruction and get a video presented. One. Now, enhanced human AI collaboration, maybe for expert opinion and for getting, learned decisions, perceived ones, you can make this one. Real-time processing, language translators. The moment that you say, it can translate that one into. So this will be very helpful in education. There will be no barriers in the classrooms. Even globally, you can have the classroom and communicate. There is no language restrictions in that one. Okay. Adaptability and learning. That is another thing which we can very well use in the education field. It can adapt by itself. Without giving any instruction, computer can adapt by itself according to the client that is sitting in front of the computer. So that is good one. Okay. Now, in the education field, I'm coming to these 5-6 points more, Education field, you can create adaptive learning platforms. That means to say, personalized learning platforms you can create for each student. Identifies opportunities, strengths and barriers and skills. It will identify if a student is using this adaptive learning platform, maybe within a few days or maybe within few hours, computer will clearly analyze and make the learning process in an adaptive way. That means to say, if the student is finding it very difficult, computer will automatically change and make the difficulty level a low one. Or if you give the curriculum to the computer will set the whole thing according to the capacity of each student, not for a particular class. For each student, it will get adapt to the situation. Okay. Now, identify invisible barriers. We do not know what will be the difficulty in the examination, but the computer can understand and help you in that one. Okay. Now we have this concept in 2020, NEP 2020, HPC, right? Holistic Progress Card. So it takes the long data and analyzes and prepares the HPC, Holistic Progress Card. The adaptive learning platforms can easily prepare it for the welfare of the students. These are the websites that are available, Duolingo or Khan Academy or Dreambox. These things are offering free or little cost, fee for this adaptive learning platforms. Now you have the AI tutors or virtual assistants. You can have a personal tutor with these AI, activated computers, and they can give you, creates a supportive on-demand learning environment. Some personalized tutors are Socratic by Google, Watson Tutor, Newton, Carnegie Learning Mathia. Carnegie Learning Mathia is a very good app for learning maths. The moment you find, the student find difficulty in learning a particular maths problem, immediately it will make a simpler one and make you learn. That is a very good one. Now you have the language learning. You have ChatGPT, Babel, or you have Elsa, Hello, ClassPoint. This is an add-on that you can enter into the PowerPoint presentation. The participants, how many are there? If you have the mobile, you enter a code and you can communicate with the presenter. So in the class, if you want to make a very interactive, you ask a question, ask the students to give the answer. Immediately you get all the answers here, analyzed. And if you want to send a feedback to maybe a trophy or something simple like that, each individual one you can send it using this ClassPoint. This is a very Very interesting and a very good one. Add on for the PowerPoint presentation. Then you have Sora. I mean, this is Sora is the text to video creating app available. Now, augmented reality and virtual reality. You can have, very a visual presentation of your class, using this augmented reality and virtual reality. You have the websites like Coursera, edX, Duolingo, Google Expeditions, Nearport. These are the websites where they help you to get adapted to the augmented and virtual reality things. Now, enhanced data-driven decisions. About a student, if you want to know what is the actual performance of the students, you need to keep the data. So these AI-driven things can analyze vast amount of data to offer insights to performance, learning trends, and curriculum effectiveness. So while the students are getting engaged, this analysis will be done background, and it will be giving you, it will give you a very enlightened decision on based on the data. Using this data, you can improve teaching strategies and interventions. Now, learning management systems like Canvas and Moodle, these are the two good learning management systems available in the internet. Okay. Now, Edmodo, that is another one which analyzes vast amount of student data. So, from different angles, academic, non-academic, maybe his soft skills, all these skills will be analyzed by Edmodo, and they will give you a better one. Now, predictive analysis in education. So, predictive analysis is finds out potential issues before they become critical, and summarizes content, personalized feedback with 90% accuracy. This research you have done on that one. The predictive analysis that you make using the AI have 90% accuracy in making the things. Yeah. So the thing is clean.com, predictive, for the analysis. Then Presspostio, then PDF. Even in PDF file, you have the AI-enabled summary. You give a document and ask them to summarize and tell you the important things. It will summarize and give you immediately. Okay, ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you can attach a document. You can attach a document, it will give you the summary of that one using the ChatGPT. Okay. These communication skills, these are the things mostly we use. Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Classrooms and all that. This you can do, automation of repetitive tasks. That means, keeping the library register admission process. Most of the schools may have it. Grading, scheduling and attendance. You ask the students to write in a paper, give to the computer, it will grade and give you the mark. You need not waste the time on that one. Okay. Turnitin and Grammarly. These, good softwares to check grammar, also plagiarism check, it will take. Gradescope. You enter the essay or something into the computer. Gradescope will analyze the essay and give you the grade for each student. Okay. Now ERPs, all things. Now, future of education, the first thing is lifelong learning and upskilling. The biggest task for the teacher is you have to keep updating every day, every month, every year. You cannot stand still because all the things that are available in the market is AI driven and updated by this, different technologies. Now, for this, LinkedIn Learning or Udacity, that will help you to improve your professional development. Now, global classrooms. There is no limit for the classrooms, The students are sitting in the comfort of their home. They can attend a class worldwide. They can do it in any way. Now, another thing is you have to prepare the students for AI-driven job markets. When the students go out of the school, they have to face this. So AI literacy and digital skill integration is required. Now the challenges, digital divide. Digital accessibility is not equal in all over the country. It varies. Town may be good one. In the other local areas, it may be difficult. Data privacy and security. That means, the data that is stored by the computer or in the internet, it is not safe. We have to be very careful. Otherwise, it may be misused. Now, teacher technology balance, teacher training and skills, teacher displacement prayers. This is particularly on the teachers, right? How we learn or the teacher uses technology, because there is no way you have to get into the technology field. Now, the famous study, another study, today, because of rapid economic advancements and social change, schools have to prepare students for jobs that have not yet been created, technologies that have not yet been invented, and problems that we don't yet know will arise. So institutions, teachers working in your institutions, you have to develop the skills, 21st century skills, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. That will be the things. AI won't replace humans, but people who can use it will. So with the introduction of AI, no job will be reduced, cut off. But those who do not know the AI, how to use AI and get adapted to it, that will definitely be replaced with those who know the AI technology. So either you have to get updated, or you will become outdated. Thank you. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. It was more like listening to my artificial intelligence class. It was really wonderful. Thank you so much. I think all of you had a brief introduction of what AI is. So AI is a technology that will make a machine to think like a human. And the process of training the machine to think like a human is called machine learning. And you have various different types of machine learning: supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement. And Father very beautifully explained about ML, machine learning, sentiment analysis, natural language processing. And for those people who think, I don't know programming, I find programming very difficult. Yes, now we have something called as prompt engineering. No code, no load. You need not worry about having programming skills. I have programming, I don't have programming. No worries, just know what is prompt engineering, because everything is available. All you have to do is just get those details. So give the proper prompt, you will get it back. You'll get the details from the internet. So again, Father beautifully explained about pattern matching. See, as teachers, this is something that all of us all of us face these issues. First thing, but before I go into that, there's one thing that I will always explain. I will always tell the teachers, I appreciate teachers. After COVID, there were only two categories of people who with ease accepted it, who with ease started working without any flaws, without any drawbacks. Of course, there were compromises made, but still there are two categories of people who started working without any difficulties. One, teachers, the other, students. Yes, students, of course, as usual, they listened to their classes, they underwent all their courses, yes. And teachers, just imagine what we did. We were working at home, we were handling classes, we did everything. Great appreciation to all teachers who were forced to go into online teaching after COVID. And after that, we obviously switched over to what was called digital transformation. And AI is going to help us with it. The last point that Father told, AI will not replace humans, but it is going to replace humans who are not going to use AI. See, as teachers, all of us get exhausted. We have lot of work to do, lot of clerical work to do. We don't have much time to spend it towards students because we have lot of clerical work. All this can be very, very easily handled by AI. Father very, very clearly gave few like Perplexity, ChatGPT. You know, ChatGPT gives you everything. You know what I did? Like, father, I think you won't mind me telling this. A 55-year-old father, he has updated himself with AI because, just think and see, he started programming with Fox Pro. Now it is a time of Python, and now he has learned this. He has learned all this. I think you have put few things from ChatGPT, yes? He's gone to ChatGPT, he's obtained all the information, he has learned everything. This is called updation, this is called lifelong learning. And this is what teachers need. The teachers of now, we need this lifelong learning. And AI will definitely help us with it. A small tip with which I will finish this. If you want to master any subject, just go to ChatGPT, type into GPT, say that, consider yourself as an expert and give me, say, example I'm giving you, and tell me how to learn Python programming, how to master Python programming in 30 days. And AI will give you what to learn in the first 2 days, first 3 days, first 4 days, the website you need to refer to, everything will be given by ChatGPT. But one more thing, don't simply blindly trust ChatGPT. Okay, please don't simply blindly trust ChatGPT. You know why? I'll give you the real example of what happened. Yesterday, I was given of what father is going to present. Okay, this PPT was given to me. So what I did was I attached this into ChatGPT and asked summarize. You know what ChatGPT did? All active voices, passive voices, it changed and gave me the same content once again. So here is where actual intelligence comes into role. Okay, so we have something called actual intelligence. We can master artificial intelligence if we use artificial intelligence as a tool. Use AI as only as a tool. You teachers, you can never be replaced. Teachers can never be replaced. Educators can never be replaced. Yes, because students, they need human touch. They need personal intervention. Any artificial intelligent machine cannot come and say to the student, why are you looking dull? Why are you sad? Do you have any problems? Did you understand this? No, no machine will come and ask you, but you can do that. You can understand students. You are more than teachers. You are counselors. You are parents. You are all in all. So no machine can replace you, but you can become more effective, more strong, more prominent when you start using AI. So thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and any questions from you? You would like to have some interaction.
Madam told about the ChatGPT, I would encourage all the teachers to use the ChatGPT for making lesson plan. ChatGPT is the best one. Within seconds you will get the thing. Only thing is, you have to give the instructions correctly. You don't just say prepare a lesson plan and give you, it won't give you anything. But if you be precise, to which standard, on what topic, how lengthy you want, if you give that one, immediately it will prepare and give you a beautiful one. The time you spend on writing the lesson plan can be utilized for some other, mentoring works. Also, if you have some speeches to be made by the students, tell the ChatGPT to prepare a speech on school day or felicitating somebody, and tell them which grade student it is. It will give you error-free, grammatically correct speech. How long you want, that also you can tell them. Ask them to give you 2 paragraphs, it will give you 2 paragraphs. And it will enhance the language quality of the student. Especially in English, you can very well use it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for, yes. Very true, very true.
Is it a chance that the people will be losing their creativity or imagination, because everything is possible is in the hand tips? So I don't know whether what will happen for the coming generation. They'll be losing all our, the skills that we had. Sometimes it may not be possible in the future generation. And also I could hear from some of the parents telling a comment that, especially those students who were studying in grade 1 or grade maybe KG section, they are telling, parents themselves are coming and telling, Father, they were in the COVID time joined the school. So they are not able to write fast. They are not able to grasp the things. So there is a lagging still happening. What you mentioned that during the COVID time, the teachers or the students, they were doing, but that also happened, negative things have happened during that time also. Even I could hear from the parents telling that they were joined the school during the COVID time. It also happens also. Thank you.
That is what I told. There is a trade-off, isn't it? That trade-off was this. A lot of people's creativity was killed. We need not spend time thinking and writing because we need not think at all. Just give the input, you get the output. So obviously, yes, it kills creativity, but the only thing is the student, he or she must understand the importance, the value of what they are looking into. Only when they understand, only when they have some self-discipline, then they can definitely really learn from this. So thank you. I think we are running late. I'll finish this session off. Thank you all. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Father, for throwing the light on the insight of digital transformation. Now let's invite Teacher Deepak to introduce the moderator of the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our moderator of this session, Dr. Arokya Marichelvi, a distinguished professor in human development at Avinasi Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. With over 18 years of teaching experience and 19 years in research, Dr. Marichelvi has made a significant contribution to her field. She has authored 16 international journal articles, 20 national journals, and 12 magazines, 10 book chapters, 6 conference proceedings, and 3 books. Additionally, she has led various projects, including the Pudumai Pen scheme, which was launched by the government of Tamil Nadu in selected districts of Tamil Nadu, and the Swayam Early Childhood Care and Education Initiative. Her remarkable work has earned her numerous accolades, such as the Best Paper Award for Oral Presentation, the International Young Scientist Award, the UGC Research Award, and the Young Researcher Award. Today, Dr. Marichelvi will guide us through a discussion on greener pathways in education, integrating environmental awareness in curriculum. Without further delay, please join me in welcoming Dr. Arokya Marichelvi. The stage is yours, ma'am. Please welcome.
We invite Reverend Father Principal to honor Dr. Marichelvi with a shawl and a book. Teacher Vanajarajan present a gift. And a student representative to present a sapling.
Good afternoon, all. I think all of you are tired listening to conclave sessions from morning, but still, today it's a very important thing that the theme that we are going to look into is about environmental awareness, which we all of us want to. So, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this educational conclave for allowing me to moderate a very important session on integrating environmental awareness into the curriculum. And before introducing the speaker, I just wanted to quote a recent survey. a recent survey that was conducted by Sustainability and Environmental Education, abbreviated as SEED. It's an international organization and it is working for a change. This organization has conducted a survey and found that the young people, that's the young children, wanted to learn more about climate change, and their desire to acquire life skills for sustainability was much higher. But the second finding that they had given is that it's only about 70% of the teachers who found themselves confident in training the students on environmental awareness. So the first finding is almost like it's a positive news for all of us to take into the thing like, okay, environmental education can easily be integrated into the curriculum. But the second thing is about the teacher's attitude. That is something that we need to really focus on. But somehow, for both of this to happen, integration is the first agenda that we need to follow. So that is where I think Lisieux School has thought about it and has brought you a speaker, and Dr. Meljo Thomas Karaknal, I think I'm pronouncing it right, and he opines that a localized, comprehensive approach to environmental education can cultivate environmentally conscious citizens to confront the environmental challenges. That's what I can understand from his whole article. And so let us hear from him about the strategies and possible solutions for integration. But before that, let me introduce Dr. Meljo. Dr. Meljo Thomas is a media professional and an academician specializing in environmental communication, media ecology, media freedom, and communication for SDGs and human rights, and is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Media Studies at Christ University, Bangalore, Karnataka. He has been teaching communication, journalism, media psychology, human rights, and ecological discourses for the last 4 years. He also leads a team of academicians and practitioners who are training journalists in climate communication. Meljo is an UGC JRF, and he has completed his doctoral studies at the University of Calicut. He is a lifetime member of 3 major professional bodies of his domain. Dr. Meljo, in his 4 years of experience, has co-investigated one major research project of a grant of 8.5 lakhs on inclusiveness and media coverage funded by Conrad Foundation. And currently he is documenting Wayanad. You know, that's a hard biodiversity spot in the Western Ghats region that showcases its biodiversity, culture, people, tribal societies, tourist spots, Neolithic human settlements, including Ecological caves, and so on. So with these few words, I welcome Dr. Meljo to share his thoughts to us. Welcome, sir.
We invite Father Bursar to honor Dr. Meljo Thomas with a shawl and a book.
Here we have a beautiful sight, a student honoring a teacher.
And a student representative to present a sapling.
Good afternoon, everyone. So those who are speaking or those who are not interested in the discussion, please get out of the auditorium. Okay. This might be, right, so one of the statements that we make when we enter the classroom.
I'm just wondering, right, so what could be, right, so the reaction from the teachers if we listen to the same, all right? So I'm not going to talk a lot about, right, so what I'm doing or what I want to discuss. Instead, we'll start with a short video documentary. It's a 10 minutes long video documentary which myself and my colleague, right, so made the day after Wayanad landslide happened. So we went there after, we were having a discussion during a tea session, and we thought that it is not right from our part being here there in Bangalore in the good climate and maybe talking about all the loads of things when these many people are suffering there in Wayanad. And I'm also localite, I'm from Wayanad as well. So we just went. The moment we decided, we just went there. We reached there around by 11 o'clock at night, and we stayed there for 3 days, documented these things, came back. We showed this to our students, right? So a few other colleges and right, so departments, and collectively we got some amount and some other materials and everything that we actually right, so given to them. And in the long run, right, so we also conducted photo exhibitions and all those kinds of stuff. But then ultimately it is not going to help us. Neither the people, because you can actually, you know, get money and distribute it, get clothes and other materials, distribute it. But unless we take care of the environment in which we are, there is no solution at all. So we will watch the documentary and then we will talk. Thank you. There is subtitle.
ഈറ്റപ്പുലി നോറ്റുകിടക്കും നീറൻ കണ്ണു തുറന്നും കരിമൂർഖൻ വാലിൽ കിളരും പുരികം പാതി വളച്ചും നീറായ വനത്തിൻ നടുവിൽ നിൽപ്പൂ കാട്ടാളൻ നെഞ്ചത്തൊരു പന്തം കുത്തി നിൽപ്പൂ കാട്ടാളൻ ആകാശത്തച്ഛൻ ചത്തുകിടപ്പതു കണ്ടു നടുങ്ങി മലയോരത്തമ്മയിരുന്നു.
ഒരു 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ പഠിച്ചതാണ്. +1 +2 ഏരിയയാണിത്. ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൻ്റെ ഏരിയ ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പുറത്ത് കൂടെ ആയിരുന്നു പുഴയൊക്കെ ഒഴുകിന്. ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് കുറേ ആൾക്കാർ മിസ്സിങ്ങിലുണ്ട്. ബിൽഡിങ് സെൻറ്ററിൽ, ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൻ്റെ സെൻറ്ററിൽ പുതിയൊരു ബിൽഡിങ് കെട്ടിയിരുന്നു, അത് പോയിക്കുന്നു. പിന്നെ അപ്പുറം സൈഡിൽ ഇത് പൊട്ടി വന്ന സൈഡിൽ കുറേ ബിൽഡിങ് തകർന്നു പോയിക്കുന്നു. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ ആൾക്കാരെ കിട്ടിയെന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, ബോഡീസ് കിട്ടിയെന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഒരു കൊടും കാറ്റുകൾക്കിടയിലെ ശാന്തി തൻ ഇടവേളയാണിന്നു മർത്യജന്മം.
This whole area is ecologically sensitive. Therefore, the Western Ghat areas ecologically highly sensitive. The Puthumala landslide, which happened few years ago in the similar area, high slopes and very heavy rainfall always, and they are therefore very prone to landslides anyway.
ചൂരൽമല ടൗണ് പോയി. മുണ്ടക്കായി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്, അത് ഏകദേശം ഒരു 90% പോയി. കുറച്ച് മേലുള്ളവരുണ്ട്. സ്കൂൾ റോഡ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്, അത് മുഴുവനായി പോയി. പിന്നെ ഈ താഴേക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഏരിയാസ് ഉണ്ട്, അതൊക്കെ പോയി. ഫ്ലഡ് പോയവർക്കൊക്കെ ബാധിച്ചിരുന്നു കുറെ താഴെ.
കടലെടുത്തൊരാ ദ്വാരകാപുരിയിലെ കൃഷ്ണപക്ഷക്കിനാവുള്ള ദ്വാപരർ, ഇത് കടലെടുത്തൊരാ ദ്വാരകാപുരിയിലെ.
മലഞ്ചെരുവിലെ പച്ചപ്പിൽ വീടുകളും
ഉണ്ട് എന്നാണ് ഔദ്യോഗികമായുള്ള കണക്കുകൾ. വിവരങ്ങളുമായി പുത്തുമലയിൽ നിന്ന് വൈശാഖ് ആര്യൻ ചേരുന്നു. വൈശാഖ്,
people missing and casualty number may go up.
ചതാണി കനൽ ചിമിഴുകൾ ആരുടേതി നിരാലം. നീ ജലാദ്രി.
കൂലിപ്പണി എടുത്ത് ജീവിച്ചിരുന്നവരാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ. ഇനി കൂലിപ്പണിക്കൊന്നും പറ്റൂല, അങ്ങനത്തെ അവസ്ഥയായി. ആ വലിയൊരു മല ഉണ്ട്, ആ മല കൊണ്ട് അവിടുന്ന് പൊട്ടി വന്നത്. അത് ഇവിടുന്ന് നമ്മൾ ചൂരൽമല നിന്നൊക്കെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു പുഴയിലേ കാണുന്നുള്ളൂ. കോളനീന്റെ കുറെ മേലെന്ന് 2 പുഴ ഒന്നിച്ച് ചേരും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് കുറെ താഴെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു പുഴയും കൂടി ചേരും. 3 പുഴ ചേരുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒഴുകി വന്നതാണ്. എന്തോ ജസ്റ്റ് മിസ്സിന് ഞാനും എൻ്റെ മോനും ഭാര്യയും കഴിച്ചിലായതാണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മണ്ണിനടിയിലായിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. എന്താ ചെയ്യുക, കുറച്ചൊരു ഭാഗ്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഭാഗ്യം കൊണ്ട് പഠിച്ചവനും കാവല് ഓട്ടം കൂടി ആയിട്ട് കഴിച്ചിലായതാണ്.
That was because of 2 cloudbursts, one that happened 1 o'clock in the morning and one that happened at 4 a.m. in the morning.
The landslide engulfed the houses of the tea estate workers. Many were buried as they slept.
It was in the span of those 3 hours or so, there was massive rain. There was almost 400 millimeters of rain through 24 hours.
94 bodies have been brought here.
ഇന്നത്തെ മാത്രം
ഞങ്ങൾ 22 ആളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് 5 ആളെ പോയത്. ഒന്ന് എൻ്റെ അമ്മ, ഒന്ന് അനിയത്തി, ഒന്ന് ശ്രീനേട്ടൻ, ശ്രീനേട്ടൻ്റെ മോന്, പിന്നെ ഈ ഔസപ്പെട്ടൻ്റെ മരുമോള്. 5 ആൾ. ഞാൻ ആ ജനലിൽ കുടിച്ചു. എൻ്റെ ഒരു കുട്ടി ഔസപ്പെട്ടൻ ഇവരെല്ലാം അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ കുടിക്കുന്നു. കുറച്ച് വെളിച്ചം വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എല്ലാവരും സാരി കിട്ടി. അവർ സാരി അവരെല്ലാം അതിലേക്ക് കയറ്റി. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് മൊത്തം ഇവിടെ എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ അവർ പറഞ്ഞു ഒരു കാര്യം എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ കേൾക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അവിടെ പോയി ഇങ്ങനെ പോയി മരിച്ചെന്ന് കണക്ക് നോക്കില്ല. അതിൽ 5 ആൾ പോയി. അവർ പിന്നെ ചാലിയാറിലെ വിട്ടു. പക്ഷെ അമ്മ പോകാൻ സാധ്യല്ല. അമ്മയും അച്ഛനെ അച്ഛനെ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടു. അമ്മ ഇവിടെ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ട് നടക്കുന്നത്.
ഇവർ ഫസ്റ്റ് പൊട്ടിയ സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ മരുമോൻ ഇവിടെ ടൗണിൽ താമസിക്കുന്നു. ഫസ്റ്റ് ഈ ബോംബ് പൊട്ടിയിട്ട് രണ്ടാമത് ഈ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് വരുന്ന സൗണ്ട് സ്റ്റാർട്ടായ പാട് ഞാൻ ഇവനെ വിളിക്കും. ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ മുകളിലാണ് പൊട്ടുന്ന അവിടെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് വാതിൽ തുറന്നിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും എടുത്ത് ഓടിക്കുന്നതാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇവന് ഈ വാതിൽ തുറക്കുമ്പോൾ, അതായത് ഞാൻ വിളിക്കുന്ന എവിടെ നിന്നാണ് മുണ്ടക്കായി, ഈ സൗണ്ട് ഫ്ലൈറ്റിൻ്റെ സൗണ്ട് കേട്ട് 3 റിങ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇവന് വാതിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ തുറക്കുമ്പോൾ മുമ്പിൽ വെള്ളം 3 കിലോമീറ്റർ അപ്പം. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ സ്പീഡ് എത്രയാണ്? അങ്ങനെ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ട് ഇവരൊക്കെ വിളിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ കൂടെ ഓടി വന്ന് കുറേ ആളുകളെ വലിച്ച് വീട്ടിലും പിടിക്കലും രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തില്ല. അതിൽ രണ്ടാമത് സൗണ്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വിളിച്ചു വന്നു നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഓടിക്കുവായിരുന്നു. അതിലിവര് അവിടുന്ന് ഓടിയതുകൊണ്ട് ഇവരൊക്കെ ബാക്കിയാണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവരെല്ലാം രണ്ടാമത്തെ പൊട്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇവര് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ലെവലിന്റെ സൗണ്ട്. 1:30, 2 മണി, പിന്നെ 2:30, 3 പൊട്ടാൻ മതി. മൂന്നാമത്തേത് ഇങ്ങനെ ചെറിയ വരവാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലിൽ പെട്ട ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ ഭീകരത നമുക്ക് നന്നായിട്ട് അറിയാം.
പുത്തുമല ഇവിടുന്ന് എത്ര ദൂരമുണ്ട്?
പുത്തുമല ഇവിടുന്ന് കറക്റ്റ് 3 കിലോമീറ്റർ. മൊത്തത്തിൽ എന്താണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ദുരന്തത്തോട് നമ്മളൊന്ന് അടി പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് മാനസികമായിട്ട് ഒരു സൗണ്ട് കേട്ടാൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ
ಕಿರುಬೆರಳಿಗೆ ನೋವಾದರೆ ಕಿರುಬೆರಳಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋವಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇಡೀ ದೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಚಂಡಮಾರುತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಕಲ್ಕತ್ತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಇರೋದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ನಡೆಯುವ ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಮೆರಿಕದಲ್ಲೋ ಇಸ್ರೇಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಚೀನೋ ನಡೆಯುವ ಯುದ್ಧವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರುವುದು.
Pokrovsk is a transport hub, key supply route to the embattled Ukrainian outpost.
ಈಗ ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿದೋದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ನಮ್ಗಾಗಲ್ವೇ? ಹಿಮಾಲಯದ ಹರಿದೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದಂದ್ರೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೂ ಅದ್ರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರುತ್ತೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲಿರೋರು ಕೆಳಕಿಳಿತಾರೆ, ಕೆಳಕಿರೋರು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೊಂದು ರೀತಿ ಪೈಪೋಟಿಯ ಜಗತ್ತು. ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಗೆಲ್ತಾನೋ ಅವ್ನು ಬದುಕ್ತಾನೆ, ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋಯ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಿಸರ್ಗ ನಿಯಮ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಂಟೋದ್ರು ಸರ್, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಂಟೋದ್ರು. ಮದುವೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆವಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಟಪ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ನಮ್ಮದು. ಇಡೀ ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಇರೋದು ನಮ್ಮೂರು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ರಿಸಾರ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ. ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆದರೆ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಮನೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ್ಕೊತದೆ, 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ಕಾರದವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ ಆಚೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಅಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ
Now there have been increasing human interventions. It is a complete mistake to think that these are to increase ability of people to eke livelihoods. Not at all. Lots of tourist resorts where they are building lakes and so on, which are further burden geological structure. And we have asked for particularly stopping of quarrying and mining also.
ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಡ್ರಗ್ಗು, ಚಿನ್ನದ ನಾಣ್ಯ ಅಂತೆ, ಬಂಗಾರ ನಾಣ್ಯ, ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಪೊಲೀಸು, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಬದುಕೋಕೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದು ಸಗಣ ಏನೋ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತಿತ್ತು? ವಿಪರೀತ.
പകയുണ്ട് ഭൂമിക്ക്, പുഴകൾക്ക്, മലകൾക്ക്, പുക തിന്ന പകലിനും ദ്വേഷമുണ്ട്. പകയുണ്ട് ഭൂമിക്ക്, പുഴകൾക്ക്, മലകൾക്ക്, പുക തിന്ന പകലിനും ദ്വേഷം.
So let me ask you a simple question, right? How many of you have chosen your parents? How many of you have chosen your parents? Did you get a chance to choose? We didn't, right? Yeah, we can't. And how many of our parents actually choose us or have chosen us? Now, the moment we were born, right, so they might have taken us in their hands and looked at, oh gosh, right, is this the boy or girl, or right, so the person that I'm going to look after hereafter? We do not know. So is with earth. We haven't chosen, right, so where we are going to live or lead our life as human. But we are here, earth. As in one of the presenters, right, so I remember he was referring to Mother Earth, right? I do have a, right, so disagreement with calling earth as mother, because sometimes we do use language to actually discriminate, right? And all those kinds of stuff. But if these were not our choices, we were just born here and we are being brought up here, and what is our commitment towards nature, right? So where we live. And that is why we question everything that we come across, or question every kind of development within courts that we come across, as it is maybe taught or framed by people around us, because it's not the development that we are actually looking at. If developments were developments, this incident would not have happened. And in that sense, right, so we need to think about human progress. And that's the whole point I just want to make, and that is why green education matters. So we were wondering, right, so what AI can do. We were wondering, right, so what maybe this mic can do, right, so earlier. But the whole point is, right, so how many of us actually do wonder why the plant actually grows the way it actually grows? We have lost that curiosity, right, so about nature somewhere. We have to regain it. And that is what we need to actually, in one way or other, inspire in our students as well. If we can actually ignite that moment in the lives of our students, then I don't know how many of you were able to follow the subtitle which was there, and how many of you did understand Malayalam and all those kinds of stuff, and Kannada as well. And one of the, right, so we were interviewing Vijay, and he was telling that we were 22 people in that house, which was actually washed, right, so, or devastated by the flood, and 5 of us are actually missing. And they recovered the body from 40 kilometers down from Nalampur, right, so in the downstream. And some body parts were recovered from 80 kilometers down near the sea. And you can see more than 100 people are still missing. They are buried, right, so under the soil. I'll just give you an incident, right? So there are around 30 plus families. There is no trace of them. What about their memories? What about the videos they shot? What about the, photographs they clicked? Where did it go? Even we do not know who they are. We are that insignificant when we consider, right, so the big universe. But we think that we are actually ruling the world. We think that we can actually, do whatever we want to earth. The only thing that we can do is that understand the nature, the earth, how it actually works, and in harmony with that, we actually think about our progress as well. And that's all we can do. And what are the ways to do that? When it comes to teaching, when it comes to learning, when it comes to, knowledge departing, or anything for that matter, I don't have answers. I have these experiences. And each one of us, when we personally feel the emergency that we are actually facing, there comes the need of green education. Because the way we lead our life does not actually, is not supposed not to be the life that we are supposed to live. Right? We know that there were many, what should we say, right, so species which actually, right, so was there on Earth. We were here for the last maybe 2 lakh years, Homo sapiens. There were other human beings, right, so which starts with Homo, right, so we're there. But we are ensuring our own extinction. And that is why we are also speaking about it. So we are speeding up our own extinction. And it is from that perspective we need to think about everything else. Even one, that is why it is, when it comes to research or anything for that matter, it should start from nature. And most of the inventions that we have done is actually inspired by nature. Most of the art you look at, right, so everything is actually mimicking, right, so the nature. And that is what we do, or right, so that is how we actually live as well. But somewhere we actually kind of separate ourselves from nature and then think that we can lead a life without the environment in which we are. And this is just an attempt from my side, or right, so from our team side, to ignite or some kind of, or to, make some spark, right, so in you to think about the environment around us. And that's all green education all about. Do I have more time now?
15 more minutes. Because the total time is 20, I believe.
All right. It's already over.
Used up 5 minutes.
Okay.
So maybe.
How many?
15.
Oh, could you please? Yeah, video was also there. Okay. So just open the slide.
Yeah, 3:50 he started, and it is now it's 3:30.
Yeah, yes. Directly go to that, right? So I think. Could you please open the slide? Okay, that's fine. Okay, right. So I fundamentally want to question, because as you can see here, green revolution was not green. And that is what exactly, right, the father of green revolution said. And by the time, right, so he reached his end of his life, he actually said, we need an evergreen revolution which considers nature, right? And so the way we look at green when it comes to environment is different from when the way we look at green from a climate change perspective. So is with development. Okay, leave it, right? So we will directly get into the discussion, right, ma'am, right? I hope the point is, right, so just before we were actually talking about the pandemic, what it has done to us, right? And we were kind of able to reach, right, so the students out there or the students, right, so, and I had actually kept a few memes as well here, but it is not coming anyway. So the point is, how we were actually prepared for the online classes. It was, I could have actually, right, so come with the same costume, but I could have actually used a lungi instead of pants and then sit there, because only, right, so the screen will take only my, maybe the upper body portion. So you can sit there in your comfort zone and then actually attend the meeting or whatever be it, right? So is with our children, right? So they might be sleeping till 8:45 or 55, and while brushing they maybe start attending classes as well. So all these kinds of stuff happened during that time. Maybe one time, right, so when we really realized that we can't actually resist nature if it decides to actually confront us. We can't. That's an interesting point. Okay. I hope if you have any questions, right, so we will come to that. Thank you very much.
So I think Dr. Meljo has started giving his speech with making each one of us emote first, and then he has come up with the speech, I believe, because this emotion is very much important for all of us to be responsible. And looking into the documentary, we felt that it is all our duty to preserve. So with that note, if any of you wanted to question on how can it be integrated into the curriculum, or on whatever aspects that you have as a doubt, please, if we can have 5 more minutes. Anyone? Or the teachers, any of the teachers over here, how do you take in maybe your lesson plans or whatsoever? How do you bring the environmental component in teaching? If you can tell us. An English teacher can even bring the environmental component in teaching. A maths teacher can bring in. So is there anyone who can give us an example of it? Not only the science teacher, not only the environmental studies teacher, but others.
So my questions to my beloved professor. Can you mention some of the good practices that we have in the Christ University, so that some of the schools can take up?
Yeah, definitely, right? Since you are part of it, you are aware about it. But I would say, right, maybe bringing the environmental awareness in some form and putting into curriculum that will not work. Unless we practice, we experience, and we, on an everyday basis, interact with nature and people, that awareness is not going to come, even if we put it in the curriculum. So what we do is, right, so we have a lot of good practices like waste segregation and management, which is done there itself. There is something called Parivartana, where we recycle, right, so the waste which is generated there in the campus itself. So we have to have a green campus to talk about environment. We need to have a green culture to actually protect, right? Maybe you just think about, right, so the air pollution that happens there in Delhi. In fact, I went there 2 weeks back. You may not be able to see the people who is sitting in the behind. If you are imagining that you are on a road, you won't be able to see them. You won't be able to recognize that there is a person. We know that it's one of the most polluted cities in the world. We are aware about that. But what that do? Do we have any cultural, I mean, when we are actually talking about, we need to have political will. We need to have religious will, because the stubble burning is happening. Diwali is there. You are tracking. You know that it is going to actually, pollute the environment. So we need to check each and every practices that we do, right? So in our life, whether it is political doesn't matter, whether it is religious doesn't matter, right? So as humans, we need to respond to this. We know that it is going to happen. Still we are doing it. There were high court orders not to crack, but what to do, right? So, I mean, those practices, unless we question the fundamentals of ourselves or the way we live our life, we are not going to change, or we are not going to bring any change. Ultimately, we are actually ensuring that our extinction will be near as human beings. So many other rainwater harvesting for that matter. So we need to have a green campus. We need to have a green family. So recently I went through a study which was done for the last 70 years there in UK, Britain. So they have studied 70 children born, just after the World War II, a study from 1946. And 70 years they have done the research. They have even collected every decade thousands of children, including the placenta, the DNA and everything. So they came up with some interesting observations. Only 3 I would actually share with you. So I asked you the first, initially, right, so how many of us do actually, have chosen our parents. So the initial observation they made was, don't take birth in a poor family. But it is not possible, right? Okay. But then, how many of our political leaders are willing to maybe make those kinds of social policies and schemes and make sure that nobody is under poverty line or something of that sort? Because it is ultimately going to, you can just think about it, how it is going to affect in terms of nutrients, in the development stage, the physical development, the mental development, right? So all those kinds of things and the exposures that we get, it matters. There is a difference between rich and poor. It is a starking reality. But there are certain interventions which could be done later in the forms of, if you have a parent who always inspire you to do, or motivate you to reach a higher goal. So that can make a difference. If your parents are providing you with books, that can make a difference, right? So in the life, how you progress. And also, if you are going regularly to sleep, right, so at one particular time, and if you are having 7-8 hours of sleep during your childhood, during your maybe physical development, that can make a difference. These are the interventions the families can do. That's why I'm talking about green family. And there is another interesting, right, so study from US, who has actually studied 783 people, out of which 60 are still alive. They started the study 75 years back. And now 60 of them are above 90 years. And one key, or the most important finding that they had is that if people having good relations, It doesn't matter whether you have 100 followers or million followers there on Facebook or Instagram, doesn't matter. How many of you, actually share your, maybe your tweets or your posts, doesn't matter. If you have one good quality relationship, you are going to live long and happily. Otherwise, you are going to struggle. So we are going to decide, right, so how long we want to live based on the kind of quality relationships that we maintain in our life. And that is what, this is the biggest or longest study that ever happened in the history of humankind, especially when it comes to the way we lead our life. And these are some of the insights that we can actually ponder about, reflect about, and think about who are our friends, who are our parents. Do we have one good quality relation, right? So with both people and nature. If that is there, you will live long. Unless certainly, right, so there is some accident or something of that sort, which we cannot actually control, right? Yeah, thank you.
Any more?
I'm in an engineering college. We are in an autonomous status. So for final year students, we are going in for a subject called green computing, sustainable engineering. So any inputs?
Interesting. I was actually thinking about AI as well. As Father has mentioned, there is something called machine learning, right? So the data that you actually receive. So I'm also researching about digital humanities and those kinds of areas as well. Interestingly, right, so this is just, I don't have a direct answer for you, but what kind of interventions maybe could be done, right, so later. So I have an example from our own campus as well. We do have a professor called Saji Varghese. He's an English professor, but he was walking, in our campus, right, so in an early morning, and he saw that the coconut leaves, right, so which has fallen down is actually kind of curling. So he started researching about it, and then later he came up with a straw which is made out of coconut leaf, and it is patented, and it is actually distributed across, exported to more than 20 countries now. And he received all lots of awards that you could imagine, right, so for the kind of startup that he has done. So, okay, another thing that that's why I'm saying, right, so a coconut leaf which is in front of you, which is dried and curled down. If you can ignite your imagination and then think about a straw which is biodegradable, that is the right so time when we are actually thinking about. So he inspired the students, and what did they do was we had a person who is actually taking care of or putting the tracks there in the ground. Okay, so he asked the students to go there, observe him, and come up with a product which helps him, because every 2 seconds he actually bend down and put the powder there, and right. So in order to avoid that, they came up with a product first, but the person was not happy with that. The second thing what he asked them to do is that please go and ask the person what is his requirement. They went there, checked with him, and then they realized that it's not actually right. So the bending down is the problem, but carrying, right, so the powder itself is a problem, and using your hand to put it. So they came up with another inventive machine, right, so with which they can actually drop the powder at a definite interval, and then, right, so taking it through the track. So he is very happy now. So we need to know the use of it. So I was about to say this one, when it comes to AI, since it is learning from our behavior patterns, do you think that the AI, right, so which has been so far developed based on the data provided by human beings are devoid of caste, religion, race? No. It has got all the discriminations in place. One example, right, so if you have given a patient, right, so this data is from US, from a hospital. So what the hospital, right, so the AI tool is doing is that just screening the data of the patients and decide who requires emergency attention. And there were, just imagine there were 100 people or 10 people for that matter. And then 10 of them are having emergency situations at an equal, right, so they require equal attention. So that kind of emergency. But just imagine, right, so if there were 5 people of color and 5 white people, the data generated was actually, the AI told, right, so or how it actually selected was 8 patients, right, so, or 5 out of 5 from the white people were selected, but 5 out of 2 from the people of color. So the AI machine is trained to be biased towards, right, so, or actually following racism in one way or other. So that is why whatever data we have generated so far is going to decide, right, so what is coming back. We would say karma phala or whatever it is. So that is how AI is also trained. So, and I don't have a clear-cut answer to your context, but taking into confidence the stakeholders of the, right, so program that you are actually designing, checking with them, right, so what are the difficulties that they actually face, that really give you an insight. So we need to actually ask the students to interact with them. So just don't assess or assume that this is what they require, but interact with them and understand the problem. That will give you a personalized or improvised, right, so kind of data. And I was sometimes wondering about the way our public buses were designed. If you think about, most of these inventions are by men. And do you really think that, right, so the women who wear sari can actually enter the bus that easily if the step is very high? Because it is designed by men, right, so at the first place. And that is why we have low floor buses now. And, right, so, I mean, these kinds of things, we don't think about it. We don't, only when we closely observe, we actually realize that, okay, there is something at work which we cannot actually devoid of. So whatever I said about, right, so don't try to change your parents. That can happen. But the way you interact with them, definitely we can change, right? Or we can't change our siblings. You may be fighting with them, but you may be having a good relationship with them. It's okay to have a healthy fight. At the end of the day, you have a healthy relationship, which will help you to have a long life, a happy life, harmonious with nature. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Indeed, Dr. Meljo has given us a takeaway saying that our responsibility is now to only try to develop a positive relationship with the environment. Any sort of relationship that we need to really create. And there, my mind got sparked. And I just wanted to say, as a human development person, we are very much concerned with early childhood care and education, which is for 0 to 8 years, as you know. And we really focus ecology or the environmental awareness right from the first year of the child. And you might wonder, what is that we are going to do with the first year of the child? What environmental awareness can we give them? See, the first time you make a child feel the leaves of a plant, the different leaves of the plant, the texture that they feel, the senses starts working, and that is where the environmental awareness also sets in. So after that, maybe by second year, you can make them flip a book with trees and plants, so they'll be looking into the books, take them around a park, and by third year, you can even make them watering the plants. The teacher, you yourself can have a garden space in your school. The parents will have a garden space. So make the child water the plant. That is how the environmental awareness can be brought in. Maybe by fourth year, something else, maybe creative arts using the plant items can be done. And later, even with recycling items, they can create arts with recycling items. And there are possibilities that you can appoint. You do have class monitors, so you can have environmental monitors on rotation who can look into the aspects of unused lights, stopping the taps and things like that. So that also leads them for their environmental awareness. So with this note, I thank the organizers once again, and I thank Dr. Meljo for giving us a sparkling on environmental education. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us that how to act responsible to conserve Mother Nature and save a motherland for the future generation. Thank you.
One special thanks to Father Linjo. It is through him, right, so I'm here. And this is the first time I'm actually, not first time, right, coming to Coimbatore. Thank you very much.
Now, let's invite Teacher Shubha Vincent to introduce the moderator of the next session.
Some are born great, some achieve greatness, some have great thrust upon them. Good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely honored to extend a warm greeting to Dr. Dheeraj Prem Kumar Samuel, National Secretary General of Indian Homeopathic Medical Association and one of the directors of Homeozone Health Service Private Limited, flourishing practitioner for the past 27 years in Coimbatore. He has been an integral part of the COVID warriors by distributing homeopathic prophylaxis to more than 15 lakh people. Sir, you always amaze us with your motivational speech. We feel extremely elated of your presence, sir. And now the mic is yours. Thank you.
We invite our principal to honor Dr. Dheeraj with a shawl and a book. Dear participants, kindly be seated. Teacher Preeti to present him the gift. Dear participants, it's a kind request from us. Can you please just wait for another half an hour? It's a great session ahead. Can you kindly wait for half an hour? I request a student representative to honor him with a sapling.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'll make it very short. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. And I'll right away not take too much of time. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker of today, Father Joby Thomas Thurakal, who will be addressing the crucial topic of ethics and values in education, nurturing moral development. Father Joby Thomas is a respected educator, thought leader, known for his unwavering commitment to fostering ethical principles in the field of education. With many years of experience in teaching, administration, currently Father Joby Thomas Thurakal, CMI, is the director of the Incorporated Institute of Formative Spirituality and Counseling, Dharmarama Vidya Setram, Bangalore. Father Joby Thomas, CMI PhD, is a Catholic religious priest who hails from Kerala. He belongs to Prasita Province, Coimbatore of Carmelites of Mary Immaculate. He has postgraduate degree of MSc in Psychological Counseling from Bangalore University, Karnataka. Research Master in Theology and Religion, KU Leuven, Belgium. Licentiate in Theology in Pastoral Theology, KU Leuven, University, Belgium. And MPhil in Psychology, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, India. He holds a PhD in Psychology with its specialization in Clinical Psychology of Religion from the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Science, UK, and it goes on and on. So he has been instrumental in shaping young minds and instilling moral values in diverse education. And beyond his education professional achievements, Father Joby Thomas is deeply passionate about guiding educators, students alike, towards building a compassionate, responsible and valuable society. And please join me in warmly welcoming Father Joby Thomas as he shares his insight on how we can cultivate moral development in education to create a better future.
We invite our principal to honor Reverend Father Dr. Joby with a shawl. Teacher Bhavana Chitra to present him the gift. A student representative to offer him a sapling. Thank you, fathers.
Dear Dr. Dheeraj Prem Kumar Samuel, the moderator, dear Father Joy Thomas, the principal, and Father Linjo, the bursar, and the organizers, as well as all dear participants. You know, normally, if you look at which period comes for moral science? Normally the last period. So also my talk the last hour, okay? So therefore, I was just looking at the last two sessions. The first one was from the head level, that is the AI, right? And after that, dear Meljo, you brought something that is to the heart. So the heart and the head, when it joins together, there comes my topic, ethics and values in education, nurturing moral development. And that's the reason why, maybe one of the reasons why the organizers really took this point. Normally, when I used to present my papers, it is not this way. I used to take the paper and I prepared a good paper already sent here. And this paper, if I'll use, I think the rest of you also will go away from here. So I don't take that risk. Instead, I'm just taking this, maybe a little offhand like. This is the institution I started my teaching career in the year 2003. And I'm really grateful to all the staff members here. And many of them retired already. And from this, I learned many values. I remember all my teachers who taught me how to be disciplined, how to be silent, how to be so keen, how to be respectful, how to respect the dignity of others, even at the time of difficulties. And that's what, when Meljo really presented that, my heart was with them. The reason is this: my teachers taught me. Who I am today is because of my teachers. And I still remember how I learned my maths from my teacher. She is no more now, one Rajamma teacher. And how I got that beatings on my back, okay, and how it was swelling. And after that, you know what she did? She called me back to her and she just started soothing my leg with her hands. And she said, don't worry, you will become a great person later. I don't know when it will be, okay? But that is what she said. And that is what I remember. And from this perspective, you look at, okay, yeah. Okay, oh, right. Too many things went, right? Can you start once again from the beginning? Yeah, the principal is telling that I am pressing too much because it is moral values we are talking about, okay? That's the reason. So the overview of ethics and value education, simple way, it's importance of nurturing moral development alongside academic growth. And you know very well about the holistic education. It needs everything. And that's the reason why that really helping us to foster well-rounded individuals. Again, the character building is possible. How? Instilling the honesty, integrity, empathy, respect, and responsibility. If you look at all these values, they are the real core values. Really, you look from others. Do you like a colleague who is very dishonest? Do you like a thief in your class? Do you like a psychopath among you? That is what, start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. And that is what the definitions, if you look at it. Ethics is governing, the principles that govern your behavior. It's more of a philosophical perspective. Whereas morals are your personal beliefs that really making you to think what is right and what is wrong. And as well as the ethics is applied in a professional way or social levels, because I am a psychologist. From our ecological perspective, ethical principles are there. So that is mainly given by the APA, American Psychological Association. And the other one is, again, if you look at it, you cannot copy anything for your, when you present something, you cannot copy something without acknowledging the copyright of it. Ethics, okay? But morals are personal and subjective values guiding individual behavior and decision. How you want to sit here now, it is decided upon by you, your value system. That's your morality. And another one is, we can see the historical perspective even from the ancient philosophies. These three fellows, that is the Socrates, come back. Plato, Aristotle, they all emphasize the virtue and character development. You can go through that one through the internet, you can get more on that. Very briefly, I'm talking about. And then about the religious teachings, if you look at, for example, the moral education in Confucianism and Hinduism, very much. And in the Hinduism also, if you look at all that, especially the Panchavrata, have you heard about it? The 5 precepts. That is the non-injury, okay, then truthfulness, non-stealing, non-possessiveness, and celibacy are considered as core ethical guidelines in Hinduism. In the similar way, the other religions too. In Christianity as well as in Islam also you'll find, and even all other religions, Sikhism, okay, Buddhism, Jainism, you'll find this type of moral principles in that. And later the Enlightenment period, there also we find that from that moral principles, more of a rational perspective has come into. And even today, if you look at, it is more of a, we made this moral sense of critical thinking, more of an empathy, and more of a social responsibility. And from that perspective, the cultural diversity, if you look at it, we are from different cultures. Every culture has different values. So how can we incorporate that one into our curricula? It's a big issue now. But For that, we have to look all this perspective, okay? I'm not looking everything as such. We have to look, adopt a culturally responsive approach in this regard, where we are respecting everyone, and for that, we want to help the children to engage in open dialogue, as well as discussions, as well as sharing their own cultural backgrounds. Your culture I may not know, and you may not know my culture, and because we are being brought up in different backgrounds. I remember when I did my studies in Belgium, I used to talk with the people from other countries. And you know, some of the things that I learned, one of my Tanzanian friend, so one day when I just looked at, for the lunch, he was taking the bread, and in the bread he was taking too much garlic. Then I asked that fellow, "What, man, you are taking too much garlic, why?" Then he said, one cultural background of it. Their foreparents, they used to collect things from the wood, from the forest. So in order to help themselves, to get rid of the biting from the insects, they used to take the garlic the previous day, very much. So no insects used to bite. That is what the cultural perspective is when you look at it. A lot many things. Another one, from a Rwandan friend, I learned another thing. You know, for them, you know how they keep the history. For example, you presented the landscape, right? Erosion, what happened there. The children, those who are born on that particular year, they all will be given that particular name to that. For example, my name is Joby Thomas Landslide. Okay? Or, Father Joy Thomas Tsunami. Okay? So, it will be that way. So, learn to understand the culture is an important thing in the moral education. Okay? Another one is balancing academic and ethical education. You know, you all teach, we all teach. Normally, in order to become a mathematician, you should have a bachelor degree, master's degree, PhD in mathematics. For a physics teacher, similar way. Social science, similar way. But for the moral education, anybody can teach. Need not to study anything. Right? And that is what, when you look at the same thing, you will see in your home also. The children will be, you study. But nothing of the moral values often. That's the reason why you go to a government offices, you want to give that. What is the reason? That person's parents did not convey that moral values to these people. Then we are blaming those fellows. No, the whole generations are culprits in that. Okay? And another one, I take the case studies in that. Okay? That is, for example, the first one, stress and communication methods. This study, you can get it freely from the internet. Okay? That is by I'm not quite sure whether my pronunciation is right. We'll take the first names, okay? Susan, Joanne, and Mike. When they did the study, they found one thing. Stress can lead to unethical behavior. It is true. Being teachers, you know very well. Did you do that? What is the answer? Did you beat this fellow? No. Because even if that fellow did that one, we'll say no. The reason is because of the stress. And because of the stress, that is the reason why. To handle the stress also really, not only through with the help of a psychologist. Teach proper values in your home. Teach proper values in the institutions. Your children will be stress-free people. If not, don't expect that. This is my experience. And a lot many people are coming to me, from children to the old people. And from my experience of this many years, around more than 20 years, what I learned is this. If the value systems are being kept at home, not only given, you leave that. And that is, we'll come to know that, okay, later. And another one is create an environment, that's what they say. Create a supportive environment where they are, okay. Then, second one is, I think some of you may be knowing about this one, Lawrence Kohlberg's theory of moral development. How many of you know that? Can you raise your hands up? Yeah, very good, okay. If not, all the teachers should go through this theory, okay. It shows how a little child, from that to the adult, how the moral values are being developed. And it is well accepted theory, okay. And this is the only theory that is more reliable one, what I found it, and this is by a psychologist too, okay. And this is really good, and that is what I'm not spending that because of the lack of time. I'm just skipping this, okay. Then another one is justice in schools, another movement that is a case study being done, and that is why some books of this thought you will find there. Justice means nothing but everybody equally. Each student has to be treated equally. When you treat that one, you will be remembered by your students, no doubt at all. That's true. When you treat all your children in the similar way, like a universal mother. When Meljo said, earth I cannot really look at as a mother. True, it's an object. Whereas you are a subject. You have a heart and you have a head. Okay? That's the reason why when you really make use of that heart, that's the reason why, have you heard about a great psychologist called Carl Rogers? He talked about 3 things. You just try that. I will not say that you want to practice it. First one, unconditional positive regard. Means without any condition, look at others from a positive perspective. Second one is congruence. That is, be genuine to your children, to yourself, and to your colleagues. Be genuine, be sincere. And the third one is non-judgmental. That is, this fellow is from this background, okay, namaste. This fellow is from that background, go man. No. If you show that one, you can also expect later from that one. You do not know which student will be the best one. I have how many minutes? 5 more minutes I have, okay? I will stop it, okay? Even if it is not over, I will stop it. Don't worry, okay? Yeah. Because I have a value and you have a value, right? So, good. Now, there are 3 types of justice. The one is retributive, rehabilitative, and restorative. If you have time, please go through it. You will find that this is really important, even when you are treating with your children, okay? Then, another one is, now I'll take some time to look at which way those moral perspectives can be inculcated. Some strategies. First one, moral ethical behavior. Dear parents, dear teachers, you are the mirror in front of the children. They look at you, how you behave, how you talk, how your response is. Is it a reaction or a response? They look at it and they consider they value you very much. No doubt at all. Then, consistent ethical behavior. One day one thing, next day another thing. No. Be consistent. Another one is, come on. Create an ethical environment, that is, keep your environment positive, wherever it may be, okay? And another one is inclusive and respectful atmosphere. Let everyone come there. Accept everybody without any kind of prejudiced mind, okay? And that is, such people, you'll find this type of qualities. They will have the humanity in their mind, wisdom, courage, transcendence, temperance, and justice. And another one is incorporate ethical education into the curriculum. That is, normally what we used to do, a separate period for the moral education. No. All the teachers, if you are teaching, for example, history, look at from the ethical perspective. If you are teaching, for example, another one, social sciences, look at from that one. For example, World War II, you are teaching, look at from this perspective. And for mathematics, what to do? What to do? 1 plus 1 is equal to? 1 plus 1 is equal to? Who said? You said 2, right? But there are a lot many options in that. 1 plus 1 is a big one. Am I right or wrong? 1 plus 1 is 11. Am I right or wrong? 1 plus 1 is a cross. Is it right or wrong? 1 plus 1 is an into. Is it right or wrong? Then you said 2. That is what from mathematics also. Children has a lot many alternatives. Give them. Okay, and another one is engage in open dialogue. Okay, encourage questions in the class. Sometimes it will be really annoying, but allow it. And 2 things. One is your student will be pacified. Another thing is you will be pacified. Okay, and another, teach conflict resolutions as skills at home, and this one, and another one is promote community involvement. Okay, that is volunteer opportunities whenever it is possible, take them to the services. Okay, then another one is encourage critical thinking. Whatever may be, that really helping the people to have very research type looking into and provide consistent feedback. Okay, at home too, you see how lovely they are doing it, right? Okay, nice. And using technology responsibly, that is what an important thing. That is, for example, data piracy, online safety, and digital citizenship, and your own character building. So that's the reason why teach your children. For that, you want to be taught by yourself first. And lastly, providing professional development for educators. And that is for the principal as well as for the teachers. You please try to make yourself, engage yourself in developing the moral and ethical values. Okay? And this conclusion, whatever I told. Okay? And therefore, thank you very much. Okay?
I once again thank Father for a self-explanatory speech that he gave. It's about balancing academics with ethics and morals. A very, very relevant topic for today. The way we would bring up our children, as Father said, very importantly, start from our home itself. Parenting, being part of the moral teaching that starts at home, and the second home, which is the school. Our institutions groom our children into the next level of what they are going to be in the society, and it's very, very important that we help them grow into human beings which are relevant to the society. So with this key concept that he mentioned, I thank, and I will not take too much of time, I thank him for his wonderful presentation, and I thank everybody for your patient listening. Thank you.
Kelungal, kelungal, irungal. Okay.
It is not a question, it is an appreciation. The slides were very nice, well organized, and that animation part of it was very nice to watch.
Yeah. Because it is the last bus. Okay. and therefore, all the pictures that you have found, mostly from the AI. Okay, I just typed and it said children with this. I got it, okay, and it is very simple, okay, but you should ask the right question, okay, then you will be getting it. Thank you very much, okay, yeah. I am so happy that all of you are morally well fit, okay, and it is the right time to stop it, right? So therefore we can conclude it here, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father, for highlighting the importance of moral values and ethics. Thank you so much, Father. We have now come to an end of Educon 2024 Day 1. Yet more interesting and valuable information to be piled up in our memory tomorrow. Welcome in advance for Educon 2024 Day 2. I request the participants to be here tomorrow by sharp 8:30 a.m. Refreshments have been arranged in Yoga Hall. Enjoy a relaxing cup of tea and have a wonderful evening. Thank you all. Participants, your attention please. Kindly be seated. We request you to be seated until the delegates move from the auditorium.